Folks. It's been a couple of minutes. Well, props to everyone who is helping me with the last stream, because when you don't do this for a while, it does seem convenient to kind of slip towards the format. It's just, it seems like with my mind, I feel like the studio has like a vibe. So I don't know. It seems like there should be a proper launch. So, I just am glad that we still have some people on deck tuning out for us. So, you know, it's been a couple of minutes since we've done the show, and there's been a lot to talk about. And I just want to say this. I want to say this because there's like different segments of the show, and I'm going to kind of put off some of the more specific stuff for a later time. And I think for Replay Gang, we can kind of mellow out a little more and talk about some more serious stuff, because one of the big reasons why I wasn't active on the channel was because there was some other adjacent stuff going on, and a lot of the stuff that we don't publicize for the YouTube audience. We kind of talk about this stuff on Twitter. So if you've been tuning into the Twitter Spaces, a lot of the stuff might sound familiar. So, it was after the summer. That seemed to be when the big hiatus happened. After Patriot Jam, that was a new era of 2024. And if you look back on the channel, we might still have the 2023 review available for public consumption. And it's so baffling, retrospectively, to think about how much the show, I said this on the last video, the trial run, 2023 was like almost completely different, mindset wise. We were pivoting towards something more cultural friendly, or something separate from the kind of Twitter side of things. 2023, when we're reviewing all of the Twitter shenanigans, all the stuff that I try to communicate with my parents, the things that I think my friends are somewhat privy to. And I feel like if I were to do the 2023 review today, it just wouldn't even be the same show. So, I was tinkering with all of the StreamYard shenanigans. I'm noticing that there's been all of this content made, and we've, done the Thomas episodes. We've done so much with the channel. And I feel like the last time that I reviewed the year, because the last couple of months, like I said, has been kind of a separate saga for the channel. However, it hasn't been the Twitter Spaces. The Twitter Spaces were the things that I was more comfortable taking this show to. And everything that we've had with the YouTube channel was something that we kind of wanted to stick with political topics. We wanted to have guests on the show. It was kind of this other genre. And I spoke a lot about this with the Twitter Spaces, and I want other people to file here and comment if you're in chat, because we had Tricky Woo and we had Vingle, two of the loyalist Loud Sound Epicenter fans who were there for all of this stuff, YouTube speaking. And I'm going to be telling a lot of stories of stuff that's happened. So much has happened in the past week that's going to be like the big topic. And, this is probably going to be in 40 minutes when we get to that. So much has happened with the past few months that I think that's going to be what we're going to start talking about. And then I have something serious to announce. And then we're going to get to the last few days. A lot of that has been kind of the crescendo of the channel overall. So to go back to what I said with the 2023 review video, I'd like to check that out more specifically, because I think that would be a nice way to kind of look at the different eras we've had with the channel. And something that I talked about in the Twitter Spaces more recently, prior to 2025, towards the end of 2024, I said something to the effect, probably like, this whole saga, when we started last year, when we were doing Dudley New Right, when we were doing No Holds Barred, when the Zoomers were getting mobilized and doing content separate from the dissident right, the mostly millennial crowd, that became like a new era of possibilities. That became a place where, another thing I've been saying, so, I'm going to be regurgitating a lot of the Twitter space rhetoric. So a lot of the people that have been tuning into that, this is going to be kind of the YouTube-ification of that. So it's probably not going to be super new for some people. Then again, I do think the YouTube audience is kind of a specific tastemaker. So, this might be brand new stuff. Like when we talk about the Beatniks, it's brand new content when we're talking to younger people. And I can kind of get away with not going a long time without reading this stuff. So that being said, what I wanted to, continue with, the beginning of 2024, before Patriot Jam, before the hiatus, was this whole new era specifically for Zoomers. And that's still part of the mission statement with this YouTube channel. We want a pre-2015 Zoomer archetype to thrive with all of the newer tools. There's some people going on Kick. There's some people who even Cozy TV is not the central base for some people. Anna Kachyan had that line about, Twitter, as much as it is like our home, Twitter is mostly millennial and up, and it's where the journalists are siphoning content. And all of the young guys, all of the younger Zoomers, a theme that we're going to harken back to, they're going off somewhere else. They're going off, and then they're also migrating to other platforms. And that's been kind of where the wind's been blowing very recently, and it's called a lot of things into question. And that didn't seem to be the motivating factor at the start of last year. We were on Twitter. We were competing with all of the people that we were picking fights with a year ago. For my parents, this probably sounds like, the Stern Show or 4chan, or this is the rougher on the edges side of the internet that doesn't have a lot of legs to stand on, the goofing off side of this stuff. At the start of last year, we were picking fights with Boxing MD, Zaganel, a lot of the people that were migrating with Patriarchy. Hannah, another thing that I wanted to tell my dad specifically, because we're going to be talking about Hannah when we get some more people here. We're going to be talking about Hannah, going to be talking about what's been happening the past few days. Before we get to that, I'm going to be talking about a serious topic. So, this is, kind of a late-ish afternoon East Coast time. So, we're gonna kind of get everything organized gradually. Okay. So, the YouTube channel is back when we have like all these topics to get through, and we're just going to merge in a very messy manner all over the place. So, the Loud Sound Epicenter fans are a very loyal audience. They know that this would never get aired on the show, not because of the racist rhetoric or the, far right affiliations. It's because organization-wise, it's just simply not organized. They just simply would not air a show, this postmodern, artsy French style, non-linear Tarantino film-esque. It just wouldn't be tolerated on any serious platform. So that's why. That is why we would have specific obstacles. So, I want to thank people that are still subscribed. Somebody specifically left a comment asking what happened to the channel. So that guy specifically is being addressed, and he is responsible for the show coming back. So you can thank him on one of the Thomas videos that he left that comment on. So I interrupted myself like 3 times, so I don't quite remember what I was saying. What I was saying on Twitter Spaces probably a few months ago now, was the idea that what we need is a pre-2012 identity to be defining the Zoomers. You know, forget about the Trump era, forget about everything that we've learned for the past few years. Something that I was this was probably being said because of all the stuff that happened at the latter half of last year. The idea that we can do the show. Oh, my phone's not charging, so this Twitter space won't even. All right, well, okay. By the time that, you know, like in an hour when this rant is done, I can charge my phone. So to try to end that caveat, when we were trying to do our own media at the start of last year, it was this whole other era. That's when the show took its hiatus because it kind of ended at the peak with Patriot Jam, an IRL event. This is everything we talk about. This is the crescendo. And then we took the hiatus, and my Twitter spaces continued. And the stuff that I was saying, I think, was very different from a year ago or 2 years ago because it seemed like everything had fallen into place. It seemed like everything that we were doing at the start of the year had peaked. And like a lot of our projects, like a lot of the stuff that we talk about, like when we're talking about other people from other factions, what exactly, Gen Z, what do you want? What are we going to be doing long term? What are we going to be supporting? What is the rhetoric? What is our thing adjacent to all of this stuff? And what is the purpose for this channel? All of those questions seem to come to the forefront by the end of last year, a couple of months ago, while the show was on hiatus. And so to tell that story, I got to talk about what was happening with Twitter. I got to talk about what we were doing prior to. Before we went on hiatus, we were talking about people like Dalton Claude Felter, who did his own Twitter space. That was probably like 4 weeks ago by now. All of the timestamps have to be accommodated somehow. So when that Twitter space happened, I was coming back from my Twitter hiatus, not the YouTube hiatus. We were still on lockdown. That was cucked. The Twitter space, as I came back to those, and Dalton was coming out of the ashes of NHB. NHB was one of the Zoomer projects that we were doing at the start of last year. That whole thing that we were hyping up ended. That's what I mean. We were picking fights with all these people, yada, yada. So we need a secretary to like file the Twitter stuff, you know, all the times that the show goes off the air. So like stuff's happening and I'm not talking about it. So when I come back, I have to update the stuff that we left behind and then the other people. That's all right. That's why we're doing the show. That's why we have a StreamYard account that allows us to go over storage unit. And we can talk about it. So this is why my parents are just never going to understand Twitter. This is why, you know, I try to be like a very timid, low-key type, and I just don't know if it's sustainable because of the stuff we're talking about. You know, people that were picking so much fights with us at the start of last year when we were trying to do the Twitter space, that's why they don't give us airtime. It's not because we're too rough around the edges. I don't think we even have the same brain as someone like Boxing Zach and all the geopolitical people we're competing with, the millennial dissident right Twitter. Those guys don't even think like us. So even if we were racist, even if we were so far right, that wouldn't be the thing that would push all those other people. So here's the thing. I want to echo something that Dalton said, and it's basically the beginning part of the other segment that I was going to pivot to. All of the Boxing MD stuff that we were doing on Twitter was vindicated. Hosting on Twitter, not going to the geopolitical spaces, not talking explicitly about politics, kind of being the critic, being the contrarian, being the Spencerian. That seems to have been the vindicated position for the long term. Somebody was telling me this in like one of the last Twitter Spaces. That has been the long-term reliable thing throughout all this stuff. When we were doing our Zoomer Spaces, like January, February 2024, we were still doing political content. We were still, yeah. Kara, give me one moment. Okay, we have a couple of things. We have a couple of things to get to. The Spencerian element. And I was literally telling somebody in person from Takis Magazine this like 3 days ago. So bear with me. I know a lot of this. We got 17 people tuning into the show. Gosh, okay. This, by the way, we stopped the last video. This is the worst intro that has ever been done on this channel. Replay Gang is not going to know anything of what I'm doing until the 1 hour mark. So that's just how the show is going to go. That being said, to end the caveat, all of our Zoomer Spaces didn't last. Our shows didn't succeed. I mean, long-term speaking. We conquered the pre-summer era of 2024. We were doing Substack content. We were competing with millennials on their other platform. We were on Twitter, effectively ratioing all the people that were trying to do the serious spaces. We were doing the more cultural, stern, humor side of things. We were funny. We were edgy. We were political. We were doing everything that the past few years of the Zoomer diet had gotten us to. That's what I was trying to say. And when all of our spaces ended, all of our shows concluded, you know who was standing above the rubble, who was standing there ominously snickering. When Dalton did his hiatus, I did my hiatus, all of the Groypers were kind of pivoting. They didn't know what they were going to do with Trump. What happened to Gen Z, dissident Gen Z on Twitter? They got outflanked by the conniving Jew, Boxing MD. Boxing MD is one of the only guy doing cool spaces on the platform. That is a fact. Everything we were complaining about over a year ago, it's still true. And I thought we were going to be the ones laughing a year from then, basically. And I was wrong. And Dalton's era kind of stopped. And now a lot of people are kind of, saying, what are we going to do? And one of the only guys that still does stuff to our standard is Boxing. So look, if this was any other show, we would be super critical and say that even that isn't good enough. And we got to find our own thing. We got to go back to Discord. One of the things that's been said very recently, I'm not going back to Discord. Look, I got to be honest. Boxing should probably get some props. He was one of the targets at the start of last year, and he was one of the last men standing at the end of this year. And still, you go in his spaces, and if you want to talk about Trump, Musk, a dissident right, all of the stuff, even the funnier stuff with Handsome Truth, the comedy stuff, the NHB tier stuff, that style, he kind of synthesized all of it and outlasted a lot of the Zoomers. So I think that tells a very compelling story about what this channel is. It tells a story about where we've gone since my hiatus and a lot of other stuff. A lot of other stuff that I've been doing while all of that's been happening. When Patriot Jam stopped and NHB kept going, I went to grad school. That's been taking up a lot of my time. And I'd like to say that that's been keeping me very busy. To be honest, that's not true. I've had more free time than probably ever in my life, because at school, you had to go there for like 8 hours. Can't even imagine doing anything for that long. So, no, I think this has been one of the most accessible eras for my life. And we could do probably the most content with this specific era. And unlike last year, when we were doing Twitter Spaces and I was on Substack with Dudley, that was the busiest peak of all of that. And I don't even have to have the responsibilities of both of those things. We can talk about those things too, though, kind of probably when we catch up with the other stuff. So this whole era has been kind of the most accessible time. It's been one of the most content friendly times. And if you have a Twitter account and you want to tune into a lot of the distant stuff, a lot of that is widely available. So, you know, I've been very happy. You know, we kind of, a lot of our guys, it seems to be kind of an ambiguous thing. What place can the Zoomer have? Where can he go? It seems like some Twitter accounts are disappearing. There's been a lot of that kind of talk, a lot of the Musk free speech, the pro-Vance side of MAGA is kind of having a field day. The political types are galvanized. A lot of that stuff, everything feels up. For people like us, the counterculture, the right-wing flank of not just the Republican Party, of the dissident right, of American culture broadly, the counterculture people, the would-be beatniks of this, you know, what Angela Nagel talks about with her book, you know, we're the 4chan people that are readers, that are funny, you know, where do we go, Zoomers? Where do we go? And you think you can go to the commentators. You think you can go to Academic Agent. You can go to Richard Spencer. You could go to Keith Woods. And, you know, you would think you can hitch your ride to a lot of that stuff. So much has happened with all of those people. So that's what I mean. You know, could this be that ambiguous? Could that be that big of a question? Where do the Zoomers go for their identity? Where is their base? They might be getting banned on the platform after after some stuff. So that's where the Discord pivot seems to come from. That's where a lot of having antipathy for the MAGA movement, when like 4 years ago that wasn't the case. That's where you kind of have this, like, you know, Nietzschean pontificating about the world, not knowing who to trust, you know, Zarathustra coming down from the mountain. You know, what do we do, young men? Where do we go? So that's been the talk for like the past 4 months. So that conclusion sentence, there's what I was trying to say. Our Twitter Spaces peaked. I wanted Zoomers to just have pre-2012 media. That's when we were not politicized. That's when we were us on our own terms. That's what I'm trying to communicate. And, you know, we found 4chan and it took us all the way up to all this stuff. And now it's like we're like Richard Spencer. We're going back to Radix. We're going back to what we were doing before Trump was even a challenge. That's what I mean by the Spencerian arc. That's what I mean by a lot of these people that we were critical of, that seem to be one among many. Academic Agent Keith Woods. These are just one of the many flavors to being a dissident, not just for me, broadly speaking. And Spencer, Boxing MD, is this the Mount Rushmore that I'm describing? I don't know. Because for a lot of the Zoomers, probably getting banned off Twitter, probably not being too comfortable, not really fitting in with a lot of the millennial crowd that is having an uptick with the pro-Vance wing of the dissident right, Twitter, MAGA world. That's where a lot of the ambiguity seems to lie. Where are the truth teller or truth? You know, that might be too moralistic for some people. Where are the people that have been reliable since last year, since we were trying to compete starting last year? Spencer and the Spencerians. The Apollonians are having a field day. The Apollonians basically did their Zoom call in my last Twitter space over a week ago. And I want to talk about that. See, I might be saying that a lot. So yeah, the older folks, the people that we had such harsh words for a year ago, they are continuing to have their base. And I think a lot of people my age don't know how to catch up for the most part. And so that's where I think a lot of our Twitter people, I think that's, You know, I haven't been on YouTube, very fitting. You know, a lot of the Twitter Spaces, I've been talking about this. I've been talking about how the Apollonian Project does seem to be, well, I haven't been saying this specifically. The Apollonian Project seems to be the most authentic side of all of the factions. And it's not a Christian side, and it's not even a side that's really that interested in telling the truth. It is the court jesters, it is the critics, the would-be, you know, the people that would have been successful years ago, still here after all of that time. People are talking about a new faction, like an intellectual faction, a critical faction, and a lot of it is very Nietzschean, not from the Substack, not the ones that Walt Bismarck champions, not that side, the people that I was criticizing when I was writing for Dudley, not those people per se. It is people like Hanania, it is people like Spencer that have been kind of, you know, the people that have lasted for all of this time. So, you know, I kind of seemed like I have been like saying that, but I haven't been like definitively like putting a stamp of approval on that. And someone told me that very recently, you know, who are the people that you can really talk to anymore? Who are the people that are on these platforms? You know, it seems like someone's getting exposed every other month. And it's just, that's where you feel like you know, it's like a schizophrenia. You don't even know where your spot is on the platform. And so, you know, we're going to be talking a lot about the Apollonians later on. And that's just kind of my summary. That's my summary of the last year, besides my grad school stuff. Like, that's been one of the big, I think, lessons from 2024. If I could review, I suppose that was the review. You know, that's what happened with the latter half of 2024. We all peaked, and a lot of the critics were successful with what they were saying. So, you know, I kind of want to get to those specific criticisms later on. I just wanted to say, what happened to NHB? What happened to a lot of the Groypers? What happened? What, you know, what can Zoomers say after another year, after the launch of the second Trump era? You know, a lot of these people that are very critical, a lot of these contrarians, those have been the ones that have been saying the most compelling stuff for a long time. So, you know, my stamp of approval probably doesn't have a lot of weight compared to others. That seems to be the other faction. Academic agents, you know, the Wignets, the Groypers, BAP. The one side that's kind of opening up is a lot of those Trump critical people that are doing Twitter Spaces that don't seem to be on YouTube and might be doing some Substack stuff. Might be. That doesn't seem like to be their consistent platform or genre. So, you know, that's a very controversial thing to say, and I'm not trying to endorse anyone's like specific past or their other moments. It is just to say that you know, the Apollonians, I think, even if not ideologically, style-wise, structure-wise, what they've been up to, that's been kind of the thing that I was saying with one of my Twitter Spaces, the pre-2012 Zoomer identity, going back to when we had our own media, back to our least politicized bandwagon hopping thing. Spencer going from endorsing MAGA to disavowing it to possibly being a liberal. You know what it is? It's going back to pre-2015. That's what Spencer did. And a lot of us, like what Dalton was saying with that space, that's what a lot of the Zoomers are doing, questioning MAGA, questioning all of the Twitter people. You know, because we thought we could go into some spaces and we could make some friends. We thought we could go to Patriarchy Hannah and talk about Viva La Bam at 2 a.m. Like, you know, I'm sure a lot of us can say that sentence. And it's like, no. Everybody that you could possibly fathom as having some ulterior motive, it's true. It's true for a lot of people. It's true for the people that we were saying good things about 3 years ago. That's what I mean to say. That's why Zarathustra might be so complicated mind-wise. He might not know who he wants to galvanize next, who he wants to radicalize next. So, there's just been so much, and that is the probably least organized way of catching up with the channel. I just want to say I'm glad that we're all here. I am glad that so much has been said by other folks. And you know what? I think there's so many. Okay, we're gonna catch up with the chat momentarily because that's a lot. That's a bit much to just say all that. Let me. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm still monologuing. So everybody that's in the Twitter Spaces, give me a moment, and I'm going to be. I'm probably going to be letting up people with a moment. I don't want my phone to. Oh, geez. Give me one moment. Oh, can I oh, geez. Oh, geez. Folks. How am I going to charge my phone? This is just, I was running around my cafeteria, standing next to the all-gender bathroom, charging my phone for one of my recent Twitter Spaces because I can only find one charger in the cafeteria, and that's where it's at. I'm using a Kindle to do this, or a tablet rather, because my laptop was stolen, and it looked like the last person who was standing by my bag was this black woman. And so, look, I just want you to know that there's a lot of complications with the show because of these things. And so, my phone is losing battery. I'm using some other device to do the show. I just want you to know it's not easy being a Zoomer. It's not easy being on Twitter and talking to skinheads one day and people who I think I can talk to Bam Margera lore with. And then I find out people got this long history to catch up with. And it's just gonzo, okay? We wanted to talk about gonzo media. My life is this convoluted thing. I don't even know if May knows we're on YouTube. Like this, I don't even know where to start with all of this stuff. Can I plug this into the... Ah, geez. Ah, geez. Where can I... Oh, I can do this. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. We're safe. I have my charger. All right. Should I catch up with the chat right now? Because what was the other thing I was going to say? Here's the thing. Since we have a bunch of people, let me just say this part. Okay, this is the serious part. This is the part we don't usually do. And because we're so ironic, because we have so much to say when we're doing the spaces and stuff like this, here's what I hinted at early on. One of the big reasons why the show wasn't up was for psychological purposes. Here's the thing, and this is serious mode. When I went to grad school, it was a lot like that Nick anecdote. Nick has that anecdote where he says when he went to college, and what was that, like Boston University? He said that's when you can get a little existential. And it's like existentialism. That's, one of the first people that I talked to when I was doing journalism was this college student, apparently, and he was getting fascinated by existential philosophy. And at that time, I was more so my journalism arc, not the philosophy stuff. And it's just so wild. Like Nick gave this anecdote about when he went to college, it's like he goes to he does what I do now. He goes to the cafeteria by himself, goes probably to his dorm by himself. And, you just start to think, if you're a young man, and I was having this conversation like 3 days ago with someone, we're going to be talking about the IM 1776 event. I didn't even hint at what it was. I'm going to be talking about that very extensively. If Rock and Metal Life has been here for a while, if he wants to post the pictures via comments of this Twitter space, I would like for him to do that. He has my permission to post all photos from that day, if he's there, if he's there to leave a comment, the photos of this event, we're going to be talking about that with the latter half of the show. I've been MIA for so long that it's going to take a while for me to get to that story. I would like those to be posted though, because I think it tells a story, and we're going to be getting to that later. That being said, I had this conversation. A lot of the stuff that I'm saying has been kind of, it comes from the wing of these conversations that I had, like that guy from Talkies Magazine. Like, I had a conversation with somebody about, whenever we talk about the Zoomers, it's like when these journalists have these big articles about, what is this phrase people say, the Jews? I had the guy from Arctos. He was, when we were talking about Keith Woods, he's like, yeah, it's always about the Jews. There's a very specific genre. There's a whole world seemingly with these groups. And when I was talking about the Zoomers, I'm like, look, I'm going to grad school. I'm, kind of isolated a lot of days. And this kind of parallels with Nick's story. And he said that before he launched the America First show, and this kind of thinking seems to be happening with Dalton, the post NHB era, the post content era, possibly for a lot of us. A lot of the people that tune into this show, and this might answer somebody's question from earlier, there's a big consumer base for this whole show. I was talking to my dad about this. There's a lot of gaps between the content. And when I do this show and I do Twitter Spaces, I have a bit of a persona. And it probably seems like, a lot of us Zoomers, we're just so chipper. And things are going so well for all of us, seemingly. And, I would like to qualify it as like a midlife crisis experience, and I think there was a very Nietzschean perspectivism that seemed to be churning out of this latter half of 2024. I wasn't doing NHB, wasn't doing Substack content. I was just questioning a lot of stuff. And, the same way we were questioning a lot of MAGA world, there's just been so many question marks, generally speaking. And I think for a young man, that's a lot. This world, I said this 5 months ago, this world is supposed to have a spot for young men to kind of have their little thing, their little village, their person to fall in love with, their community, to kind of have a spot to have identity affirming, to kind of have their identity, kind of have some relationship with the world, with possibly experience itself. We're getting a little philosophical here. That's where you get that guy that I talked to 7 years ago now. That's where you get the Nick anecdote. That's what the young man feels. The notes from the underground. That's what the journalists are trying to communicate. And the only person like Angela Nagel, Catherine D, there's only seemingly a few people that get what that is. Okay, it's not getting radicalized via this pipeline. I am a young man and I want to know, where can I go? I go to all these Twitter Spaces and people got all these smart guys got something to sell for me. All of these snake oil salesmen want me to talk about what's going on in the world and why I got to vote this way and why the ballot box is cool and why all of these factions are not being paid by these people and why I got to be so happy about where things are going. Meanwhile, everybody telling me this stuff is above the age of 30. And everybody's such a smart guy. The dissident right has so many smart people. And I'm just waiting for somebody like me. I want to talk to somebody about rock and roll a real counterculture. I want someone to have, a kind of spiritual renaissance, to go back to the way things were before 2015, to talk about what I was saying in that space pre-2012 Zoomer identity. I want to talk to somebody about that stuff. And everybody's telling me, yeah, well, why are you so down on Trump? And it's like, what? It's like, yeah, man, how are we supposed to wake up the normies? And I'm like, who? And everybody's telling me, if you want to be a real right winger, You know, there's just some stuff you got to capitulate on, and there's just some stuff a young man's got to believe because you're just so angry, Zoomer. You're asking for a lot of stuff. And this DC machine, this Leadership Institute, they got a lot of plans for you. And so all of that rhetoric that you say on your side of Twitter, you know, that's all fun and games, all of it, even the ideology, by the way. You know, it's not just rape jokes and the 4chan humor. They lump all of that with the paleoconservatism. They say, you know, that's just not the stuff to believe. And it's like, you know what, man? I've had a lot of people older than me telling me that I got to trust this guy and this guy's real good for us. And, you know, this bandwagon, yeah, it's a little cringe. You know, these guys, yeah. So these guys, they're kind of in their own little faction. And, you know, we don't really control it. Do you really control anything? I mean, did Nixon control DC? Did the right wingers control the Republican Party back then? You know, you got to be very, you got to play dirty to win. There's a lot of that kind of talk. You know, yeah, I know. You know, deep down, I'm very far right. You know, then again, it's like I do kind of just want to be a conservative. Even if I'm like a based Tucker, even if I'm like Zero HP Lovecraft or, you know, one of these guys that's anonymous who we don't really know. You know, if you want to do that, then that's kind of the pivot. That's kind of like your only people that you can say are on your side. And I'm just standing there like, I don't really like any of this, to be honest. Can we say that? Are we allowed to criticize? I mean, think about it. Anonymous people on the platform. Am I not a team player because I don't want to gallivant with somebody who I don't even know what their face looks like? They don't even have their own show. They're not even consistent on Substack. When I was saying that was like the one platform that was kind of outflanking Twitter for a bit. And I got all these people just telling me this stuff. And I'm just like, you know what? Is it me? Because I was talking about, I think it was May, you know, I think we said something to this effect, or she might have said it. You know, I never changed. You know, I've been glazing people, and I've said a lot of nice things about Spencer and the Apollonians. I think I've just been doing my thing with all of the people that we've talked with. And, you know, I clocked that a lot of the Spencer stuff, the pre-2015 Radic style philosophy stuff, that's just been more to my taste. You know, when Bap talks about art and stuff like that, that's been to my taste. And I haven't really put a stamp of approval on a lot of people. And I haven't really been disavowing people. Yet, when I see, when Spencer goes on the spaces and he talks about Musk, and he talks about the Southern strategy history with the Republican Party, and he's talking about Vance, when he's out there talking that stuff, that's the kind of stuff that I would tune into Nick for. And when he's doing all of that kind of by himself, kind of back to what he was doing like the pre-2015 era, and that was the alt-right era where all of the intellectual stuff peaked. Whenever you get all these people that want to take that and turn it into this other thing, they want to turn it into this, you know, something. It doesn't seem like that's when we have control over it anymore. All these people like that guy from Talkies Magazine, that guy knew Steve Saylor stuff back to the 90s. You know, my friend Chris in Floral Park, when he was hyping up that stuff, that was before the Red Scale Girls were hyping it up. All right. You know, there's different eras of all of this stuff. So when I say the Spencerians are like the one faction doing it, that's what I'm talking about. And I don't have to fear that, you know, that guy, he really wants to be in that group chat, or that guy's getting paid by this guy, you know, because the Mercers have a long history of doing this with that. And that's what I mean when I say a lot of these people, even people like Hannah, who I'm going to talk about later on, you don't even know the people that you know the most. Not know the most of, I'm saying the people that you know, you talk to the most. And so that's what I'm talking about. It's difficult to be a young guy. This is very schizophrenic. You know, this is very, who is it? Deleuze and Guittara, you know, when they're talking about schizophrenic society in the latter half of the 20th century, like, not to be too spurgy, like, this is like one of the best examples. Everything that I'm talking about with the latter half of our Twitter era, all this stuff happening with MAGA world, this is schizophrenic. What is a young guy who authentically wants to have a counterculture side to him? People are just telling him to roll over. And you got to be cool with all the people that are on the payroll of this thing. And everybody who's anonymous and dropping the N-word. And they're so cool with all of these DC people. All the people that we said, if there's anybody that we don't trust, if there's anybody who will cuck your movement and won't give you the reins of it, it's those guys. And when the Apollonians go out there and say, isn't it so obvious this is what's happening to MAGA world? This is what's happening to the right wing. The pre-2015 alt-right era with Faye, the culture side of American Renaissance, countercurrents, all of the people that were somebodies and now they don't have big bandwagons anymore. That whole era getting cucked, and we're supposed to like this culture, East Coast flavor of it. We're supposed to like all the people that were around at that time and have turned it into this Vance-style operation. And I'm just like, you know what? Spencer going back to like 2015 Radix, that's not affiliated with all of those concerns that I have. You know what I'm saying? That's not tied up with all of this stuff that I didn't sign up for. That's what I'm trying to say. And all of these people that were around pre-2015, those guys are still around. One of them was at the 1776 event. And the people who don't just care about getting hyped up and getting a big following on Twitter and having a big pod, having a big Substack, and being a smart guy and telling me what to think as a Zoomer, don't get that from the Apollonians. Don't get that from this faction that's coming up. So, you know, easy for me to say, because my standard is, you know, who's being the authentic counterculture to the dissident right. And for a lot of that, it's the Groypers. For a lot of it, it's the Zoomers who were checking out all these political people. And, you know, when I say that for the past few months, you know, it's been difficult for yours truly. It's been a little something. And I've come home. There's that Billy Joel song, Angry Young Man, that I think Liquid was going after May when he tuned me onto that song. And you know what? That's kind of stuck with me. He said, you know, a lot of you guys, and this guy's from New York, so it's kind of a fitting archetype. And I kind of liked the guy by the end of the space. It's just, you know, the anecdotes like this kind of bring everything to the forefront. He was telling me and May, like, you know, you Zoomers, you're so mad. It's like, you know, for the past few months, I haven't been on camera for that reason. I've just been very angry. And psychologically, I've just had a lot of complications. And I'm trying to find a place where I can be me. And I thought it was with all these other spots. And it wasn't. And after that Dalton space, like 4 weeks ago, it's like, you know what? You guys with the chat, you guys on the spaces, you guys that tune on to boxing stuff, you guys are my friends. I trust you guys. And almost nobody else, like absolutely nobody is above criticism for the most part. That doesn't go for everybody. Doesn't go for the people that I'm even nice to. I'm just saying, like, it's a mad, mad, mad world out there, TBH. And it's like, I go on these spaces and I go to some of these events and I'm just saying, y'all, like, I'm noticing that just to be a young man for the past few months with the launch of this new Trump era, I'm feeling quite lonely out there. And you know what? It's okay. Because for the past few months, it wasn't okay for me personally. Did not feel good. And you know what? It's like, I know who my friends are. And even if I'm still a little naive to trust some people, you know what? I'm psychologically more relaxed than I was for the past few months. Because I was just feeling like, is it me? Because I am a contrarian. And I do want the art people to rise up. And I don't want this political movement to be super political. And I want it to be younger. And I want us to kind of have our, give me, I want my MTV. And I don't know what that means in 2025. And I don't know who can be affiliated with a project like that long term. So that's where I'm just like, I've been at grad school. I've been going to school in a different city, not near my house. And I'm like that Nick anecdote. I'm just on my own seemingly. And I go on the timeline and it's just not doing it for me. And to end that, I just thought, like, I'm still on this thing from like 30 minutes ago that I haven't concluded. If you're in the audience and you're a Zoomer or you're a little older, if you're in the audience, if you're half of what I'm talking about, and you're like, if you're a guy that consumes a lot of this content and you like shows like this, if you feel like you're going crazy, it's easy for me to pretend like I'm just like happy all the time, and I'm not. It feels like when these people that do spaces and shows, these people, they're like celebrities. They can they have their own thing. They have their own clout and they're having fun. It's not easy. This is when the good times are good, they're good. And when we're doing shows and we're talking to people, it feels like everything's good. All that stuff in between, the gap periods when I'm on hiatus, that's not easy. And when you hear a lot of this stuff on the timeline from some people, and they tell you, if you want to have friends, or if you want to be cool, you got to do this. And, for the most part, I would probably just go along with what a lot of them do. Probably. I would probably do that. And it's just like, if you're just someone who consumes the content, and that is enough for the most part, because that's mostly what I do. A lot of us don't do the shows consistently. So really, there's not really a gap between me and you guys. We're all on the same level. And I don't want to, be like one of these Twitter anons that's like, and it's like, if you're feeling like you're going crazy, you're not alone. If you feel like the vibe change, if you feel like things are just not what they were a year ago, to go back to speak on that again, yeah, it's been it's been a big journey for me specifically, for multiple reasons. And it all happened after Patriot Jam. It all happened when the show went on hiatus. So that's what I mean to say. I think a lot of people out there feel like we're all just a bunch of like ironic, happy guys, that can sardonically like dunk on people and then move on. And I'm just not that guy for the most part. I like those guys. I think those guys are funny. And I think a lot of our guys are still successful at doing it. And I've been talking lately about the idea that, there's a lot of guys like me that are more low key. And Dalton doing this pivot to do less content-oriented stuff and doing sort of a more subtler, less Stern-esque projects. That's where guys like me and others, the fans, that's where guys like us can let our hair down. And I know for a while I was like, gosh, like what's going on? I'm having this like identity crisis. I'm not fitting in with my own friends. What's going on? And I think a lot of people just kind of go the other direction when stuff like that happens. And I just want to say this on the show, because like I said on one of those spaces, I don't think there's any more appropriate place to do it than here. So yeah, the Zoomers who aren't hype men and doing all of this content-oriented stuff and doing a lot of the comedy shows, there's, I think, what feels like a lot of us who just don't know where to go at the moment. And that's okay. And there's a lot of us who don't fit in, and that's okay. And there's a lot of us who get psychologically overwhelmed when they're on the timeline, or don't know what to do privately, or don't know what to do when we're not doing a show. And I'm one of those people. And that's why I didn't do shows for a long time. That's why I wasn't on YouTube for a long time. So I wanted to say that, a lot of that can be clocked as like self-help therapy speak. I just think a lot of that's true. And that does parallel with what Nick was talking about with that anecdote. When you're a young guy, you're supposed to have a society that's intact, that has spots for you to go, to have venues for you to go to with people like yourself. That's where the authentic counterculture can be found. And if you find it on Twitter and you find out that it's not authentic, you say, well, it's close enough. And I'm just saying, like, look, the societal structure doesn't seem to be trying to rope us in to a lot of normal stuff. And that's okay. And that's fine. And we don't have to glaze people because everyone else is, or we're in a group chat where that's the standard. We don't have to do that because we got our own spaces. Okay. We're on Twitter. If you want to just find all those guys, we can try to find it. And like I was saying, Vingel migrates from Academic Agent to me to probably Thomas. And there's a lot of us that just migrate and we don't really pick sides and we don't really tell people who to vouch for it. There's a lot of us that do that. And there's a lot of people that don't just want to do the strident, hype up stuff, the very like aggressive type commentary. There's a lot of us that don't really do that long term. And I think for a lot of people like me who are kind of sensitive to that stuff, it feels like, well, then we should just find some other thing when there's already, it feels like so few options. So that was my serious note that I wanted to say that I spoke with my dad about not too long ago. That's true. And there's not a lot of people that talk about that side of this whole thing, because this is, this is a super uptight, stodgy, no girls allowed, far right, faction. And it's like, well, this is a Gen Z faction. And, a lot of us are groypers. And a lot of us have been around longer than some younger folk. And a lot of us know when some people are going to be correct longer from now. And when some people are just going to be hyping people up for the short term. And I think for people that are younger Zoomers, so we can pivot to that, the younger Zoomers, where this is basically their first election. They don't remember 2016. They don't remember the old alt-right. And like Walt Bismarck talks about, like that era that Spencer's kind of been hearkening to lately, that's very different than the 2017 stuff that a lot of people talk about when they use the term alt-right. Or when, people like Catherine D are doing like an anthropology project talking about online spheres. There's a lot to say about pre-2015. And I was just concerned about people my age feeling good about themselves, having their own media, having their own people to trust. And when Spencer does stuff prior to MAGA World, that kind of solves a lot of our stuff, the stuff that we talk about, the stuff when we say we're critical of these people and we don't even know what's going on. If you go before MAGA World, you can find a lot of stuff that can make us feel powerful. And so that's where I feel like the Spencerians they've kind of allowed us to find a lot of that old media. And when I try to do counterculture stuff with this channel for the coming months, probably, it's going to be along the lines of some of the stuff that Spencer kind of brings up. Spencer seems to be fascinated by a lot of his Bush era type politics. And we don't have to talk about the Bush era strident stuff. We can talk about just a lot of that old media. That's what I'm trying to say. And so that's what I'm trying to say with the Spencerian stuff. Like that's where a lot of that faction seems to have found success, where people like us are trying to. We're trying to find where that genre is, and we're going to different platforms to try to find it. And it's a very schizophrenic situation. So yeah, the younger Zoomers, some younger Zoomers might be feeling what I'm feeling like faster than I did, because I was kind of not noticing that things were changing so much. And some younger Zoomer who thinks like he has to glaze some people or he has to behave some way. Someone like me who's maybe I might be closer emotionally to that younger Zoomer than a lot of the people that try to, say that they're, the only game in town, so to speak, on Twitter to do long-term projects. There's a lot of people that you just don't have to worry about. There's a lot of people that aren't going to be the center of gravity for much longer. And if a lot of that pressure comes from like some, peer pressure on the platform, or some factions are having an uptick, I don't think we're going to have to worry about ourselves privately, because a lot of that stuff seems to be the most popular thing on the timeline. So that's where I say there is strength with a lot of these marginal people. A lot of these people that don't have big shows, don't shill their Substacks, and don't want to be somebodies in the dissident right. Those guys are going to be our guys for the long term, probably. That seems to be what's happened since the latter half of last year. Those are the people that I've been able to trust. The people that I go to, that seems to be the mood. So that was the serious thing I wanted to say. And I don't know if we have a lot of younger Zoomers that tune on to the show. I think that's good advice to give to them. The idea that, it's going to feel like you have to support all these specific people during this specific era of this Trump admin, and you don't have to. And you don't have to, because everybody else is making fun of this guy. You don't have to think about the 2017 era and use, those type of, journo type stuff. We don't have to do that stuff, because we're not trying to be popular. We're just trying to find our guys. So, that's been a very, very wild journey for me the past few months. It's been a lot of questioning, So reading Nietzsche might make people feel like Nick during that college semester, like, am I the one guy who has to know about all this stuff and then doesn't get to be allowed to go to all the shows or all the events? Look, to be honest, I'm talking generally speaking, a lot of these events that happen on the East Coast, a lot of these events that, the pundits and the people with clout go to, if you have enough money, you can meet almost all of them. It's not that cool. A lot of the East Coast type stuff and a lot of that crowd, it's not, a lot of it is not stuff that you have to be at physically all of the time. And I'm going to be talking about something that didn't quite qualify. I'm going to be talking about an event that was a little different. Yet when you go on the timeline and you just hear about, there's all this talk about people that are popular because they've gotten a lot of clout, like Steve Saylor. A lot of these people that are kind of having their peak era sooner rather than later. You don't have to be a young Zoomer and glaze everybody. That's what I'm trying to say. And you don't have to feel like all of these factions are going to be successful at the same time. You don't have to worry about that. If you say less, if you're subtle, if you, like I should say, if you don't talk as much when everyone else is, you're going to learn a lot about the dissident right, and you're going to learn who to vouch for later. So you don't have to do it right now. And, even people can criticize a lot of the people that I've been kind of more sympathetic to with this stream. People can say that right now. And I think I'm the one that can take probably the most amount of criticism from that side of things. And that's okay. It's just, I do feel like there's not someone out there saying it's okay to not like all these people and still be, you are right wing if you don't like the guy that drops the N-word and gets into fights on Twitter and drops long threads that I'm not going to read. You're still right wing because you're not popular with a lot of these East Coasters. You're still cool. And just because all the other cool people don't care, that doesn't mean you're all by yourself. And you have to think about, did I change privately? You don't have to feel that way. I don't feel like there's a lot of spots for you to do that with the dissident right, because it's such a clout obsessed project, it seems. So, you know, so that's that. That's that. We have a lot of comments. Should I just start talking about the IM 1776 event? Because I feel I want to tell a lot of stories that I haven't even told. I haven't even shared a lot of the stuff with my parents or other people. So I'm just going to start that, and then we'll catch up with a lot of the chats. So I took my dad to this event. My dad was at the IM 1776 Los Angeles event. And for those that don't catch up with all the nitty-gritty stuff, you know, I covered some of my favorite stuff from IM 1776 with a Twitter space. I was talking about Adam Lear. He's probably my favorite commentator that's affiliated with IM 1776, and he's also on Compact. Compact I'm more critical of, even though I've been trying to reach out to Steven. What's going on, man? Well, I know what's going on. I'm not going to share that on the show because it's probably not appropriate. Steven's a cool guy. He does Cracks and Postmodernity, a very cool Substack. If you want to know the kind of stuff that I want to do for this channel long term, check out that Substack. Check out Adam Lear, because this is the Polia adjacent counterculture criticism that I'm going to try to do with the beatniks, with heavy metal, and to try to do Rolling Stone style stuff with the show. So Adam Lear was one of the people that I covered, and he was talking about how the establishment art, apparently the New York, you know, art crowd, it has, you know, everything people say about that with postmodernism. It's all been hijacked, just like the dissident right, with all of these snobby people that, you know, can't say everything publicly, basically. And so, you know, if a young man is trying to make it with those people, it's basically like the Hollywood rhetoric. It's like, try to do your own thing, find your own friends, don't go to the establishment types. That's what Adam was saying on IM 1776. And a lot of the best stuff on IM 1776 kind of goes that direction. And they talk a lot about Trump. They talk a lot about Rufo. And, you know, we don't have to talk about that. That's boring. So, like, when I'm saying that a lot of what IM 1776 lately has been doing has been different, I think a lot of people might think that that's odd, because it does kind of parallel with Man's World, parallels with Compact. And we know those people. We know that Nina Powers is too controversial for Compact. Think about that. And it's just like, my goodness, can we just go to one magazine and be normal? And you talk to millennials and it's like, no, they want that too. And I'm like, well, shucks, you know, how does anybody else stay sane when you can't even have a post-liberal magazine and not get ousted because you had your Anon account discovered? Ridiculous. So, okay. That's the thing. Anybody who feels like they're missing out because they're not at the event, don't worry. A lot of this stuff is like that. Like, that's what the show is for. I want to tell you guys about stuff like that. And I'm not even like, well, so what I want to say is IM 1776 as an organization, they've been like, besides Frontier Magazine, the other Blaze project that's been more counterculture friendly, those are the only operations I can find that are cool, that host cool people, that talk about the stuff we talk about on the show. IM 1776 galvanized me like 3 days ago. That was a wild event. It was up on the Hollywood Hills near Laurel Canyon, above the Sunset Strip, my favorite street in the United States. I was above the Whiskey A Go-Go, talking with a guy from Talkies Magazine, talking with Adam from Twitter, and Hadrian, who was a film producer. That's where a lot of the LA events, when I talk about the LA events, you know, he's been a pivotal figure. this place has been, this event was cool. This event was very upper class. This was me feeling like, you know, that scene from Scream. Well, let me not say that. Okay, pivot. I just felt like I was Jim Morrison. I felt like I was a rock star. I brought my dad to this thing. You know, I want to show my dad. And I don't know if you guys know this. Tommy Lee brought his parents to the Forum to watch Motley Crue do a show. And there's this anecdote where he's like, my parents didn't really know what I did, probably until that day. And they're like, yeah, these people are all here for you? This is what you've been doing? And I just felt like, probably not at that time, because I was busy. You know, retrospectively, it's like, you know, I brought my dad to what I've been doing for the past few years. And I've also brought my dad to the other events, the other, you know, I don't have to name it. You know, I feel like, you know, sometimes I do stuff and I'm like, if only my dad knew about this, you know, he would not be proud of me. And, you know, there's a few moments like that, you know, if I can get a little honest. And I just feel like the stuff that's been happening the past year and some of the stuff that I think is available to a lot of the Zoomers, you know, to take this counterculture to something more serious and to find people on Twitter that don't just want to get involved with all the drama. There's a lot of people like that. And there's probably going to be a lot of genres opening up. Rachel Haywire, she's been another person that I was talking about at the event. And, you know, if she puts on an event, I feel like if I have to go to New York and that's the first thing East Coast wise that I go to, then I think that would be appropriate, because there's only a small group of people that I trust that are doing stuff like that. And she's one of them. And a lot of the stuff that happened at this IM 1776 event, it was optimistic. These guys were not the slippery, isn't that a Talking Heads song? You know, the slippery people that we talk about, like adjacent to Leadership Institute, some of the dissident folks, some of the East Coast folks. A lot of those people seem to resemble the people that we would trust. And then the other guys, you know, there's more people than you think there are. And if you don't go to these events, you don't know how popular it is. And, you know, I'm not going to say that this was like a Van Halen Pasadena backstage party. A lot of the IM 7076 people were older. They weren't just talking about politics. Everything that I talked about with Patriot Jam was true about this event too. And I was just so dazzled by the fact that these guys were clean cut. And there was an opportunity to like fall into a pool because they had this like elegant front yard peering over the city. And it was just so cool. It was 70s rock star era stuff. It was House on the Hill. It was awesome. And more specifically, I just want to say that, you know, a lot of the stuff that was talked about on that at that event, you know, a lot of it has seems like it's already been said. You know, there was one guy I was talking to. He has his own self-published book, and a lot of the people like Matt Pegas has been one of my most supportive friends in the LA area, and a lot of what he's been doing has been book publishing. And I went to this event put on by one of the guys from Blaze. He was, it was actually the day that David Lynch died. There was a fire, fire campaign for the firefighters, and they were apparently like putting up money for it. And he was talking about something from his book. So you got all these people that got books, self-publishing people. Adam had told me probably last year that, you know, there's a lot of people like that. There's not a lot of critics. There's not a lot of polyatypes. And that's where people our age, people that want to do long-term projects, people that don't just want to do strident political stuff, people that aren't just glazing people on Twitter Spaces, that's a genre that could open up adjacent to the Apollonian stuff. A lot of it's similar, you know. A lot of that stuff is probably going to be popping up with the coming months. Not sure who, not sure like how many people, you know, we got the book club with BookCat and those, and, you know, there's all kinds of people that want to do like intellectual type content. It's just a lot of that stuff isn't catered to like a wider audience. So what could happen? Is it just going to be BAP and you know, JD Vance's people and, you know, MAGA world and normie cons. Are these all the factions available to the dissident right? No. You know, like May was telling me a while ago, this is there seems to be stuff opening up. And for a lot of the younger Zoomers who think, you know, we got to cash in on stuff early and we got to be liked by all the people that are booming right now, don't worry. There's a lot of other stuff that could be happening. So I just wanted to say that, because if you don't go to these events, you don't know that stuff like that's happening. You don't know if I Am 1776 is that different from Man's World. You don't know if all the people that go to those events are, you know, super, you know, want to be hesitant to not criticize the people from the others. There's a lot of wiggle room. There's a lot of spots for people our age to find themselves. And that might be literal. That might be more of like a new agey type talk. You know, you can find yourself with a lot of these events. So that was encouraging. That event was probably, and you know, to have other people there that can talk about it. You know, not all of us go to the IRL stuff, and so, you know, to give you guys that kind of to tell you guys about that, you know, that's one of probably the biggest parts of the show. Some of this stuff you don't have to show up to. Some of it is just like clout chasing stuff. It's a group chat party. You don't have to go to all that stuff. Some of the more high-minded stuff, I do think, you know, that thing from January, Frontiers Magazine was kind of getting kicked off. Frontiers Magazine, I'm very optimistic about. I Am 1776 with some of these people like Adam. There's two Adams. With the guy that I was talking with, there's going to be a lot of dissident right projects that are just not even going to look like right-wing projects. They're just going to be, you know, they're just going to look like stuff that's happening, you know, like Mike Ma and people like that, Sam Hyde. It's just going to be stuff that's cool. And people that you probably could identify might be affiliated. A lot of that stuff is, you know, people aren't really glazing those people because those guys aren't in it for the clout. Those guys are just doing their thing. And it's not probably as glamorous to talk about publicly. That's been kind of the stuff that I've been wanting to cater towards. And that's where I think a lot of younger Zoomers can kind of find some more authentic counterculture, because you think you're going to find it on the timeline. A lot of it's just not there. So I was very optimistic. I want to talk about some stuff, though. I was talking to one guy, and I don't want to like name drop everybody. That doesn't seem right. There was this one couple. There was this one woman who like looked like May. It was baffling. There was this young couple who, and I don't say this as a criticism, there was like this clean cut couple. You know, apparently they're like 30 somethings. These people looked like church people. They were very, you know, and I shouldn't say that like in a very, not in a very nasty way. Just like they just looked like very, like homeschool types, you know, very clean cut, crew cut types. And they knew all this stuff. They knew the beatniks. We were talking about Kerouac, and he was telling me to check out Hinckley from the 70s and, you know, some like Klosterman type commentary. I mean, he was telling me about Mark Fisher. And it's like, here's normal people talking about our counterculture stuff. I don't even know if politics came up once. I was telling them to check out this concert that was going to happen at the Whiskey. It's like that's what these events are for. And these people who I probably would have never met. I don't even know if that guy's on Twitter. That's what I'm talking about. There's people like that, normal people that are out there and that don't get swept up with all the drama. And even if they're at like an I Am 1776 event, it doesn't have to get swept up with all of this. You know, are they on the payroll of this other side of the dissident right? You know, stuff like that. It's like not even a concern, because some of these people you can just tell like they're just cool. And you know, my friend Adam, he's kind of more of a participant. Like he's the one trying to put out content. It seemed like some of these people were just like fans of the magazine, and it was so cool. There was this one. There was this Asian woman who was talking about Miladies. And I had to have her friend condense the summary. I asked, what is this stuff? Because I just find it on the timeline. And they're like, we're everywhere. We're like a cult. We're you know, we're anonymous. We're like the Groypers. You don't know who we are. You don't know if we're a milady. We have people, probably all parts of society. We're just doing our thing, and we can get in with the finance bros, and we can migrate to the distant right. We can get all the e-girls. We're just out there, and you don't know who we are, and we're not going to tell you. And I was like, that's exactly the answer I wanted. Like, those are the people I want to talk to at these events. You know, I want to find out what are all these milady people doing. I just thought it was like a bunch of e-girls. I was so happy to find that out. And so, you know, those are like some of the memorable moments with the event. And there was this guy, the guy that contributed to Takis magazine. I was talking to him about the Apollonians. Basically, I was talking to him about, you know, he was a guy from that era. Gavin McInnes, Richard Spencer, you know, Steve Saylor, all of those people. He was there before those people got all of their political clout. And he was talking about, you know, it seems like the only people that want to do this stuff are like the white nationalists. Nobody is really like a columnist. Nobody really does, you know, nobody really does the low-key thing in the pre-2015 genre. Nobody really does that anymore. Well, Spencer's doing it. And there was a moment, and this might sound like I'm going to be critical of him. He told me, he's like, well, isn't that Spencer guy? Isn't he a neo-Nazi? Yeah, I found a video of him doing a you-know-what. And I was like, well, you just came up to the one guy in the room who knows the most about all of that. You know, this Spencer figure, gosh, I have some stories to tell. So I told him, I was like, well, you know, Spencer earlier on with Trump, you know, that was one era. And a lot of the stuff that he does now, you know, he gets kind of defined as a Biden voter. A lot of where this momentum from the Babsphere seemed to be going towards, it seemed like he's taken up the mantle. It seems like a lot of the people that have been around long enough, like this guy, Takis magazine people, pre-2015 alt-right, those people seem to have the Richard Hanania. Those people do not seem to be swept up with a lot of the drama that consumes the Babsphere. Those people seem to have the most articulate criticisms of stuff, generally speaking. And when I say that, yeah, I told this guy who, and I don't want to say what some people could say. I told him, I was like, you know, a lot of this, you know, talking about the Roman Empire and talking about a lot of that stuff, it's the only thing that's not towards a faction. It's the only thing that's not on the payroll. These guys, yeah, they talk about like old religion. These guys are also critics. And a lot of those guys could probably like align with a lot of the stuff that he would like. And we didn't really get too into that. We didn't really get too, you know, it kind of stuck towards a more political genre. He's like, you know, well, I just don't really know that much about Spencer and this and that. And he just talked about, you know, a lot of people don't know the stuff about Saylor. Saylor wasn't always popular. Saylor's been doing this since the 90s. People that have been doing this stuff since before Trump, those are the people to give attention to. All this stuff that gets popular, it's just like the Zoom or Twitter spaces. That doesn't have to define your spot on the spectrum. Those are just one of the avenues. So I was, you know, we were talking about, you know, so much. This guy from Takis, people that probably don't even consistently tune into Takis magazine. It's just that's why I'm so optimistic about a lot of these people. These people that they're not probably going to ever get clout because they don't need it. They're just doing the stuff we talk about wanting people to do. That's where stuff like I Am 1776, all of that stuff is probably going to gain momentum. And if people aren't just trying to glaze Vance on the magazine, that's what I kept saying. Can we stop talking about Musk and Vance? We're doing our own thing. We don't want to be DC people. We don't want to be the right-wing guy on the magazine. We want to be the movie critic. We want to be Adam Lear talking about, I don't even know what, because I can't keep up. That's my kind of guy. and all this other stuff is secondary. And I know we don't talk like that on the Twitter spaces. When we're arguing with people, we're talking about how this is for, you know, the right-wing guys. And it's like, there's a lot of those, you know, can you be more specific? You know, what does that mean? And are we going to find out that all these guys are getting paid by somebody else? So when the people that I was talking to at this event, it was so chill. And there was none of this, you know, gosh, are you one of those groypers? Are you one of these, you know, troublemakers? There was none of that. This was like, we were talking about the magazine. We were talking about, you know, we were talking about like, well, here's the stuff that's adjacent to the magazine, you know. Haywire does a lot of stuff that's very adjacent, and she doesn't even have her own, like, she has like a Substack. And then I don't even know well, you can find her YouTube videos. I don't even know where you can find her stuff. Arctos is like the only other place where you can find that kind of stuff. And it's like, if you're not trying to like compete with the other pundits, then you probably think there's not a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of content on the horizon. So this was so, I want to talk more about the other stuff at the event. Like, you know, I was just talking about like David Lynch movies with like one guy. He was asking me about it, and I told him, you know, thanks to Apollo Sinatra, I told him to check out Sunset Boulevard, because, you know, that movie does define a lot of my thinking. And, you know, I don't really even talk that much about it for the show. And, you know, just to have small conversations like that with people just like asking, it's like, it's brilliant. That guy's probably not, it's probably going to be difficult for me to find that guy on the timeline. That's fine. You know, Adam's putting out his own book, or he has his own book. So his thing's already started. He was talking to my dad about, he told my dad about BAP. He was telling me about, you know, the right-wing guys who love sci-fi, and, you know, the book market isn't as successful as you think it is. That's why a lot of these self-publishing places are going to have a leg up on a lot of these like lefty types. It was just like a bunch of people, you know, one guy he was talking about one person who, the guy who wrote Moby Dick. Somebody came up to our corner, and he was like, you know, if you feel like things are bad, it's like some of these authors, they don't even have the success that we talk about, you know, at their heyday. You know, we can have our heyday by finding out about this stuff at these events, and then going on the timeline and not being some clouded up, you know, hype man. And so that's where people in the audience can find out what's going on and not speculate and not just go with someone else's hearsay. There's a lot of stuff that for this show specifically, we can find who the authentic Zoomers are, who the authentic dissidents are. And we're going to find out how to do content. Like Dalton was saying, what do you do? What do you do post all these people on Twitter that are with Vance, that are with all of the millennials that just want to like monopolize the timeline? Where does a young guy go who's frustrated? We're trying to find those avenues. And a lot of it is not like public for a lot of people. So, you know, that's why, you know, I went to this IM 1776 event, and, you know, I'm glad that it came to the West Coast. If other stuff comes to the West Coast, I want you guys to know about it. And I want to be authentic about the stuff that goes on there, because there's not a lot of sketchy stuff with this event specifically. You know, the other stuff, there's a lot of like celebrity type stuff. There's a lot of, you know, stuff that you don't have to go to. A lot of it you don't have to worry about. And this one was very like for me type of thing. This was very much something that I've wanted. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm missing. Like, you know, for stuff like this, it's like there's not really a big story. It's just like, you know, everything that we talk about on the spaces, you know, you can find out on this show. And you know, it was just cool. It was cool that my dad was there, because for a lot of you know, some of this stuff my dad doesn't have to be there for some of it. For some of it, it's like just shenanigans. And for that, it was like, you know, there's a high-minded side to Twitter. And people like Haywire, Catherine D, a lot of these people doing the anthropology project that I've been hinting at. Some people are taking Marshall McLuhan seriously. Some people are doing Polya, not just to get clout. some people are doing all of the talk that happens from these East Coasters. Some of people seem to be representing it more than others. And so that's what's just so Geo. That's where this, that's where I'm just so optimistic about where some of these people are going. And what I didn't talk about? I didn't talk about no, that's kind of a sidetrack. I might talk about that some other time. With the event, it's just wild. I walked into the event. What was it? We go downstairs, and there's like not a lot of people, because we were early, so we were kind of like squares to show up to like a shindig. So much like a professional type, And we were dazzled by the big yard, and I'm trying to. Oh, me and my dad had wine. And I know that that's controversial because I was having a conversation with someone. Okay, that I forgot about that. Because I'm generally anti-alcohol. I'm generally like, from like the right-wing perspective, we want to be orderly. And it's just like I was having a conversation with somebody about the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. And it's like, this event is so rare. This event is so crazy that, I hesitate to say some things because I feel like I'm endorsing them by talking about them. Even if I'm making them sound cool, I feel like that's too close for comfort for me. And I just feel like, this was an event that seemed to kind of like teach me a lot of the stuff to focus on that I wasn't focusing on. There wasn't a lot of events to go to. And so I was kind of just having more conversations with myself rather than with other people. And I was talking, I was, my dad was talking to Adam about sometimes he's talking to me about Iron Maiden. He's talking to me about all the stuff that we like. And he doesn't know if he's communicating it properly. And I feel like Adam was there, he was just like, no, this is cool. This is a cool thing that people can participate with. And, there was one moment where he was talking about, that's kind of a sidetrack. When we were talking about like events like this, should we just like totally glaze it, or should we just kind of talk about it like it's a political event? Because we kind of did that with the AFPACs. We talked about it like, a lot of this stuff, it's cool, but it's cool for people like me. Is this really something to share for public consumption? Does everybody have to know about this? Because like these people who don't have a lot of clout, do they just thrive being, anonymous or being the consumers of the content? And for a lot of people, that's true. I do feel like it's cool to, be with a lot of the 1776 crew. And as long as, I didn't go too crazy, I feel like there wasn't anything too controversial about it. I know that I'm a Boy Scout, so I'm not supposed to do some things. And I know it's, it's kind of like I can never say that I've never done something. And to me, that was always scary enough. And I just thought, with that conversation with Adam, it's like, yeah, it's like, I feel like that moment was more appropriate than others. So, that's a big announcement. I also, I also had a drink last year at the Frontiers magazine launch. I had a drink with somebody because it was the launch of the magazine. I didn't even tell my dad that. And I think I think it's very me to say that I did that all this time later. I had a small drink and I couldn't tell which was the alcohol. So, I don't even drink sodas. So for me, this stuff's going to be more difficult than others. So I did have a drink at the AmFest, and I didn't tell. Basically, there was a Epic Times journalist who I told. It was a very small list of people who found out about that, and so that's something that happens. And for this event was more appropriate though, because this event was more kind of what I've been trying to get to. And the fact that it's kind of like a family-oriented thing, I feel like it wasn't that odd. So, wild times, Los Angeles. I'm getting so dazzled by some of these dissident types. That was wild. I do want to check the chat. I haven't checked the chat, and I feel like there's so many chats that if I don't check now, that there's other stuff that I want to talk about. I just don't think it would be appropriate to do that right now. So I want to talk about people with the chat because there's geez. Because there's quite geez. How do I all right. Let me be polite to the people earlier on. Failure to reject well, thank you, Teutonic Truth. Thank you, Felix. Let me check. Todd Manyo, a familiar name. The Leonard Skinner Band's 3-guitar army won a trophy. So, did they? Yo, that's wild. Petition Musk to abide by FCC regulations instead of censoring the most patient posters. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if that's true. So that's where I say it. I want to say it because I feel like even some of the dissidents don't even want to talk about that. So, that's where this show can be helpful. Todd, man, I'm studying philosophy. And a lot of the Spencer and BAP adjacent content, that's where I'm saying it's more adjacent to me, because a lot of that stuff, I was telling Adam something about, I was telling him about something that even BAP doesn't seem to talk. I was talking about Red Scare has got a lot of people that would have never found out about this, the gender ratio. He doesn't talk about a lot of the, seems like he doesn't talk about a lot of the counterculture stuff. When he's talking about Nietzsche, he seems to talk about it. That's where someone like me can kind of like try to be an expert, because a lot of the bad guys just want to glaze, and they don't even seem to have any critical perspective on them. And I don't know a lot of those people, so I don't want to be super critical, because it's not super accurate from my perspective. That's one angle, because people say art right, like that cowboy tweet, where's the art? Even from like the BAP side of things, it's like we talk more about art than we're you're not even like, it seems like they want to be critics rather than like makers of it. So no, that's where like me and Adam kind of had a little powwow about BAP, and my dad got to seem to get roped in a little bit. And Chess Jimmy's has been like one of the most like down to earth, authentic guys that I know. Bass guitarist, May, applesauce. So like there's only, Pariah the Doll told me this. There's only like 100 people in the world for you, seemingly. People that you trust. So like I didn't even talk about that. Gosh, I didn't even tell you I talked to Pariah the Doll about classical music. Well, I was trying to launch a magazine with my college friends. So Pariah the Doll went to LA, had a 50-minute interview with the guy, and he just went off about, cultural criticism. Classical music doesn't get trained by the teachers because they're harsh, probably what that Tar movie's about. And so you just have a whole generation of people that don't know classical music. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. That's the kind of stuff when we're talking about heavy metal. That's Pariah, helped me with a lot of my, thinking with stuff that we're trying to talk about with the show. And I know that that's controversial. It's just, a lot of these East Coasters, they do seem to come from the musical side of things. And, we don't have to glaze everything that they do. It's just, there was so much with that interview. I'm not supposed to post it though. I'm supposed to post it with our magazine, and I don't know if we're going to launch that soon. So, the history of classical music, a lot of that's probably going to stem from my talk with Pariah. We'll probably talk about that later on. It's just, that's one of the things you don't seem to ever fully know about. It's like with that talk, it seemed like we were going to talk about Red Scare and Poly, and we talked about music. So that was cool. Let me check. We making it out the epicenter with this one, boys. Thank you. What do we Urbit. True. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Well, thank you. Uh, oh, yo. No, I'm just glad. That's the thing. That's the thing. You feel that's my seriousness. Like you feel lonely sometimes. You feel like you're going crazy, or you don't know how to spend your time privately between the content. That's how I feel. I don't want to pretend like I'm just like some happy guy. I'm angry a lot. So, I want to be honest about that. And when we're not doing the show, it doesn't mean we're always doing cool stuff. That's not accurate. I'm not just going to classes. I can do a Twitter space like after every class for the most part. So seemingly, I do not know what to make of Thomas's hobnobbing with those. Well, I don't think he does. That's the thing. Like you would think I am 1776 and Man's World and BAP. It's very complicated. Some of these people are just like fellow travelers. Some of these people are fans, like the younger Zoomers that jump on the Trump bandwagon via post Groyper War. This is their first election. Like a lot of people are very like new to this and they're just fans. So I feel like when Scott Greer and Nick, seem to be at odds, that doesn't mean the fans have to be at odds. Spencer versus or Alex Jones versus Nick. It's like we all kind of glaze them at some point, and it's just like things. I don't think Thomas does that. I just think he doesn't want to bash people whose shows he's been on. I just think it's like the professional thing. So I would caveat that. Is this about Bat being an Epstein apologist? Well, that's, I wasn't even thinking about that, to be honest, for the most part. That's just a whole other, I don't even know. What do you even say about something like that? In the end, you will never align 100% with anyone. Just need to accept that fact. And that's where people like Vingle, Just Jimmy's May, like, people get it. People know that you're not being subversive. You're not just trying to be everybody's friend. We're not doing that. We're just trying to be like Thomas. I don't want to bash people who I know, and I think that's appropriate. Geez. Now the Thomas 777 Greyhound bus tour of Arkansas. Didn't I miss it? And I still love the Old Glory Club. It's just I don't know if I can make it out to all of those events. That's where you can meet Pete Canones and the cooler people from Old Glory Club. Now that's the thing. And even if those guys platform people like McIntyre, you don't have to feel like you're affiliating with a very normie dissident type. You don't have to feel like you're part of like a conservative cause because of that. Because a lot of the people that show up are just fans. So that's where, it's not like you're associating directly. Geez. Hold up. Let me check. You can't be a face guy and hold a white job. That seems to be the situation. No, somebody was wow. That guy goes to my spaces a lot. I probably shouldn't say. Spencer was like Buckley interviewing. Good overview, especially for someone who finds the internal inquisitions at once tiresome and somewhat necessary. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't even feel like I'm like fully A-logging, even though I'm like hinting at some of the stuff that's going on. A lot of the consumers don't seem to have as much of a venue to like air that stuff out. So, I want to tell people what's going on, even if it makes me somewhat of an A-logger. I do feel like that's what the critic does. That's what Polly does, Spencer. It's things, critics rather than makers. Old Man Ace. Oh, geez. Oh, did I forget? Did I scroll past some people? Well, gosh. Well, I don't know. That's been the big journey. It's just been wild because I feel like, oh, Hannah. I didn't talk. This is what I wanted to talk to my dad about. It would have been fun to talk about this at the event. That would have been, see, that's one of those things that's not so serious for some people, I should say. So my dad might still be tuning on to this show. So one of the things, and this, Patriarchy Hannah was like posing as a trad wife mom on the timeline. And she was critical of like Allie Beth Stuckey. And she was like trying to be like a normie con critic of a lot of the manosphere people, a lot of the pundits on the timeline. Apparently she was lying about a lot of that stuff. And she's like some, what do you even say? She's not a mom. She's not who she said she was. And so there's all this drama because she was talking to all these people saying all this stuff. And it's one of those, there's a lesson there because, I didn't even talk about Keith Woods. There's a lesson with, somebody who I've talked with specifically that wasn't like a pundit, that wasn't like, wasn't someone like Keith Woods, who I don't know if I can say he's my friend, even though he seemed to think I was his friend. He said that at one point, I think, and I was like, geez, Keith, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just some Zoomer. I'm just some critic. I just like rock and roll and talking about art with my small friend group. So if Keith considers me a friend, that's very generous. With Hannah, it was like literally, anyone seems to be a suspect with our the people that we found on the timeline. So it was just I didn't know what to believe. After that, I was just so, because it was somebody that I knew more specifically. With the Keith Woods stuff, here's what I want to say about that. Keith Woods has been apparently one of the most successful Irish political commentators with his whole island. He's probably going to have one of the most successful careers out of all the other people on Twitter for having such a big account. And as someone who's been very sympathetic with the e-girls, who hasn't kind of gone with the crowd when it came to a lot of that strident stuff. When that drama happened, I didn't really have a lot of negative stuff to say. You thought it would be a lot worse, to be honest, because we know about that guy with the beard. I don't even remember his name. Like, there's been so many people that have been caught, and it's like, for Keith Woods, the thing that I want to say, just because and to be honest, he's been very pivotal for this show. He's the reason why we don't edit the show, basically. And I think that someone like him to get swept up with some stuff, I do feel like he's basically like Scott Greer. I do think he's a commentator that's not going to be full dissident. And I think he basically tells us that with the stuff that he puts out. And I think for some of us who want him to be closer to us, I do think it's just very similar, like Aaron McIntyre. I just don't think a lot of people are going to say everything that we say. And some people choose their path. And he's still going to have one of the most successful careers probably out of the bulk of all of the people that are popular right now. And it's crazy how big his account is. Like, that's what's so crazy. He came from the McSpencer group. He came from like the most fringe corner of the internet, like Morgoth. And that's what's optimistic. Like I am 1776. Those people can be candidates for, you don't have to feel like you're too small of a anon, that you can't go to all of the big wig stuff. They don't seem to care about a lot of, and especially with what's popular to say now, a lot of people can be popular, and not just the people chasing clout. A lot of people can be successful. Even some of the more Zoomer critics, Basil, a lot of people can be very successful, even if they don't have like a big show. And so that's where, Keith Woods, I don't really have like an Ayla go off moment to say. I think it's because we have so many friends that are more dissident. And I just don't I just kind of see myself kind of closer to Keith Woods, you know. So, you know, that was one of the, you know, tabloid-esque talks from when I was on hiatus. I don't know. I don't know about you guys. I just didn't really feel like dogpiling. Didn't seem I don't think I can talk. I don't think I can say that. You know, I don't think I can. I don't think I can, you know. It's just and with all the time that's passed since, I don't know. Was it really even like top 10 know, I don't know. That just didn't seem to be honest. I just didn't see much there. So, you know, I'm too nice to everybody. I'm a Boy Scout, so you know, that was the other thing. I wanted to say that though. I wanted to mention the guy because you know, it just didn't seem like anybody wanted to defend him. So, you know. Oh, yo. That's crazy. What is this? Yeah. No, there you go. What else? What else has happened? Because you know, the other thing, that Spencer space, when we were talking about Lynch, you know, and he was kind of talking about the way that he does film criticism. A lot of that, you know, the Hegelian e-girls couldn't get me to get into Lacan all the way. Probably not at least up to their standards. So like when Spencer came into our space, you know, that was kind of another moment where it's like, this is where our channel can go. These are the kind of spaces we could host. You know, when we talk to the Apollonians and their specific perspective on paganism, I feel like we're probably going to have those guys. Like, I feel like I feel like a lot of the spaces don't have to start out as updates. We could probably have, we could probably not just tune into boxing or some of the other people. I think a lot of the way I kind of talk about those guys is probably going to be changing. So, you know, I think, you know, I should probably just stop. I should probably stop because I don't have like a full thing to say. He just needs a knuckle. Oh, good. Well, I don't know. He's a tall guy. That's the thing. It's going to be difficult to, who's going to tell Keith Woods what he can't do? You know, the guy wants to go out and, you know, Keith Woods should have been on that balcony. You know, it would have been very appropriate for someone like him to, it would have been very, very 70s-esque. Keith Woods and his tatted up e-girl. I don't know, man. I like drinkers. I like beatniks. I like people that, you know, I like people that trash hotel rooms. That's like half of our rock and roll stories. It's like, and I'm going to be the guy that says, don't drink at the party. Don't go out with the e-girl. I just can't do it. And I don't know. That's probably not a good thing. It's just, I feel like it's an honest thing. Keith Woods, the heavy metals critic, is going to tell Keith Woods, the guy who likes Van Halen is going to tell him about, you know, quality control via women. I don't think so. I don't think I can say that to Keith Woods, the guy who taught me most of my philosophy stuff. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if that's appropriate. No, that's just the thing. That's just the thing, you know? So, there it seems like there was something else though. Have I said everything before Patriot Jam? When Patriot Jam happens, we're going to be boosting that. I'm probably going to be the whatever. I'm probably going to be the announcer for that. There might be a West Coast project adjacent to that. Patriot Jam, the fact that those guys, you know, do that, I think if you're near Tennessee, I think it's like probably one of the coolest things you could pull up to, because you know the IM 1776 event, that's so rare. These Patriot Jam stuff, this is put on by people we know, so it's like that's what I'm talking about with the kind of stuff that's possible with our crew. That's like that's not too long from now, so we'll probably boost that when we get closer to that. You know, it's just so difficult to to think about what else, because there's been so much. Um, no, I'm happy you guys are still subscribed to the channel. You don't have a reason to, because we don't do consistent content. So, we might be doing some counterculture stuff in the nearer-ish future when it comes to like putting out stuff. The Twitter Spaces, though, Twitter has been more consistent, more accessible to the audience. So, you guys should probably be more privy to that. And the people on here, I do just want to talk to. If anybody has questions since that time or anything else, you should probably ask now, because when I stop recording, that's a very scary thing. You don't know when I'll return to the platform. So no, I'm glad you guys are here, though, and it's been cool to catch up. No, just that's been kind of like, I feel like I just said everything. What do you even like pivot to? That's like that's like all of last year plus what I'm up to, crazy stuff. What's something, though, these classes that I take where people go off and they have a lot of political stuff to say, as far as like being angry all the time and privately trying to control, the fact that I'm kind of isolated for a lot of hours of the day, and a lot of people probably are too. That cliche that people speak of kind of in a political context. The idea that I can go on Twitter, go off, talk Kerouac, talk music with the people that I trust, and they don't even have to know what my politics are. I feel like that should give me more optimism than whatever they say via class, So a year ago, I probably would have contributed to the class talks. It's just, I don't think it's appropriate to do so. And so as far as like how much have I pivoted since last year, I probably would have said something I probably shouldn't have. And I think I've gotten to a state where I'm like, no, it's so possible. And I just don't think I'm going to go all in. I just don't think so. So, that's like me becoming a boomer is what I'm saying. That's me becoming, that's me not having the Groyper angst. And that's okay. That's okay, because I'm a mid-20s Zoomer. I'm not some young buck who missed Groyper War. So like, if you have less, it's like if you have less, if you have less, Groyper War knowledge, you get to be like the new Groyper. It's like, that's a very odd standard for a lot of these guys. It's like, look, I'm an older guy, and I think I argued a lot with my life, and I'm going to argue again. It's just, I think I'm more identifying more with where my mindset's at. So you know what? I don't go with the crowd, and I'm not a reliable soldier for a lot of the dissident stuff. Then again, I've kind of been the Spencer guy. I've kind of been the critic and the music guy. So that seems to be where we're going to be. That seems to be where I've been for a while now. So it's not like the people that tune on to this show, they're the ones that probably know the most. So, with you guys, it's not like a big thing. When people like ask me stuff publicly, then it becomes like this, seems like there's this ambiguous thing. So no, that's that. And, it's like I wanted to put off saying the thing that I've hinted at. It's like, that's like the theme of the show. So, I am 1776. That was so cool. And the fact that I don't have to pull punches for that, I don't know how the East Coast events go, because, the West Coast thing was very much like a very, they had the Milady people there. So I don't know how many of these people were there for that. That's the thing. It's like, you wonder, what do these people do? And it's like, well, there's so many people. It's such a not overtly political audience that that's kind of where we're trying to pivot. And I think that's where a lot of Zoomers should think mindset wise. They don't have to let the timeline set the standard, you know. If people are doing stuff just for the timeline, then I feel like there's not much of a thing there. Privately, like myself, if I'm like, gosh, am I supposed to be this like strident ideological guy off the timeline? It's like, well, some people are just doing their own thing. So, you know, well, I feel like I've said the same thing too much. I might wrap up the show soon. You know, I wanted to ramble about some stuff. I don't know if that's going to make for good content. Just some stuff like adjacent to all of this stuff because, you know, Spencer has talked so much about Kubrick. And I think a lot of people laugh that off, like the Mark Brahman stuff. It's very esoteric. It's trying too hard to fit the Adam Green thesis of history, the idea that Judaism and Christianity are two sides of the same coin. And that's where a lot of the like pagan-esque rhetoric is a little too close for comfort for me. That being said, when he has the esoteric readings of some of these films, that does clock what a lot of the academic agent types were, I think, probably the best at with a lot of their content. People might go to these people to talk politics. When these guys do the arts, you know, my dad learned about the kinks with Academic Agent. You know, a lot of those videos were like educational outside of the, you know, the sphere of dissident right drama. So, you know, I feel like we don't even think about these people that way. You know, we think about them who they're aligned with. And, you know, I think a lot of what Spencer talked about with Lynch, you know, I want him to do the pod about Lynch, especially after the passing. Oh, that's what I can talk about. So David Lynch. So, you know, kind of wild. It felt like my life was going towards, you know, the art crowd right when he died. It's like it was almost like picking up the mantle metaphorically. It's like he passes away. Frontiers magazine was launching. You know, that guy James from Blaze, and he has his own book. He was talking about, you know, you look at the way things are going, this like pagan morality that people are adopting. That seems to be what's defining a lot of the Epstein stuff. And it's wild because BAP's kind of more doing some of that lately. And, you know, the parallels are just so obvious. It's like, that's, you know, the Nietzschean right that we talked about via Substack. That faction is not monolithic. And a lot of those people are going to have to try to find their place. And a lot of them just want to like glaze JD Vance and just be a part of MAGA world. And what's going to happen post-Trump, you know, what's going to happen when there's Trumpism without Trump? And we're talking about the state of the Republican Party post all of this, you know, hype that we're doing. Who's going to be reliable after all of that's done? And I think something that James was talking about, he was just kind of saying thematically, it's just kind of ironic that people like Epstein, a lot of these like very Ginsburg-esque figures, you know, they're very much adopting the same mindset as these BAP guys on Twitter. And, you know, while I'm trying to find people to talk entertainment with, Lynch dies, Frontiers magazine launches, like, what are we going to talk about? Who are we going to talk about it with? Because a lot of these people on the IM 1776 magazine, they're just talking about the political stuff. And like I was telling with all these guys, we could have done that on commentary. We could have done that with the Stanford Review people. We don't have to do that at all. Other people do it. So, I should talk more about the fact that Greg Johnson, I was at the airport going to probably AFPAC. It might have been the first AFPAC because that's when I was first getting into Lynch. That's when I first was like checking out stuff like that. And I was checking out the Trevor Lynch movie reviews. And that's where I found, just like Morgoth, like that's what made me. And now Morgoth was like on McIntyre's show. It's like, this is the process where people can be somebody's, not just John Doyle doing the political thing, McIntyre doing the pundit thing. People like Morgoth were basically like movie critics. And I found out about Lynch kind of from a political perspective and thinking that it was like this conservative side of things. And I was trying to find my guys via Hollywood. And I kind of just like joked about it on the show, and I didn't really take it to this like intellectual level. And I feel like with people like Jason Giorgiani, who talks about this stuff more academically, I do feel like people like him are closer to like the stuff that I want to talk about than a lot of the stuff we've been talking about lately. And Arctos, I feel like that's been kind of another avenue, another area of possibility. And we don't even talk about these people because they're just like countercurrents. They just do their thing, like kind of away from the drama. So I don't know. Can we do that? Can young people do that? I don't know, because it's kind of asking people to watch a lot of movies, and it's asking people to be nerds, and it's asking for our hobbies to become like mainstreamed. So that was kind of the big pivot for me when it came to Lynch. Why is Lynch like part of my upbringing? It's because, a lot of that stuff was like the Lana stuff. A lot of it was cultural nostalgia via entertainment. And then you have all of this stuff that you could say, well, it's not like I was telling Spencer, the thing about Inland Empire is that you could read it as this like very right-wing film. And that's probably like the least interesting part of the whole thing. And when I was at the airport going to AFEC, I probably couldn't have told you that. All this time later, I can try to frame things differently. And, that's something that happened with me. I don't know if people if their search histories get all jumbled up like that, like mine did. Mine was, I found out about Polya, Lana, Red Scare, all kind of at the start of 2 years ago. And so a lot of what I've done is what Cowboy accuses the East Coasters of. I've been talking about it. I think we've reached the conclusion of that. So yeah, Lynch for me is one of my heroes. Obese Goth is correct. One of the probably most annoying fan bases. That was probably not a great time on Twitter. And I don't know if all of the takes were probably what we would have anticipated. It's just he's the last bastion of like a beatnik. He's the old stock American, like Scorsese. Scorsese's the only other director who would probably have that for me. If like an actor passed away, that's the only thing I can think of that would reach that level, because Lynch was part of my upbringing as far as like me trying to do content. And right when I was Finding Thomas, Lynch was one of the directors allowing me to pivot. And, I'm starting to think Giorgiani's right. Like, I do think a lot of the esoteric kind of Alex Jones tier conspiracies, I do think that's one of the angles with a lot of his films. It's just not very ideological. It's just talking. It's what the beatniks do. Here's their life, hitchhiking, going to concerts, all of that stuff. That's just what it is. It's not moralizing it. It's not ideological. So, I mean, what else is there to say? People know a lot of the Lynch movies. My favorites, what is it? It's probably like The Show, Twin Peaks, just as like a standalone ranking. Mulholland Drive, Wild at Heart, then Blue Velvet. And I used to say Blue Velvet was closer to the top, and it's just not. Overall, it's just not. Wild at Heart is like a movie pandering specifically to me. Heavy metal, 2 beatnik characters, and hitchhiking America during the 90s. I mean, can you ask for a more? That's my movie. It's not number one because Twin Peaks, objectively, is just seems to be on this whole other level. And then Mulholland Drive is like a film. It's just like Spencer said, it's one of the best films. It's probably the best film of most of our lifetimes. It's going to be very difficult to live up to that. I don't know. I don't know what else there is to say. People talk about Lynch more so as like that's how I figured out that you can make a movie like that. You can, and for people like me, I've always had this kind of postmodern, hyper online standard. So for me, a lot of that stuff I got from Newgrounds. Emily Eucas has been more pivotal to my her arc is more closer to mine than someone like a Morgoth or, you know, John Doyle. I just don't have this super political background. I love Newgrounds. I loved skateboarding. I loved heavy metal. And like Spencer, that was the best version of me. I thought the best version of myself was the smart guy. And it's like, being smart is very lame, to be honest, because here's the thing. When I talk about Lynch, and I can tell you, like, academically what's cool about Lynch, the fact that he, when like for example, let me try to, like, what would be like something that people obsess about film wise, like, people talk about Inland Empire. It's like it's all done on this like camcorder, and that moment with Laura Dern and the old lady, and they're having this conversation, and the old lady knows the questions that's being asked. Laura Dern doesn't. By the time you get to the end of the film, without spoiling it, all of those questions that are being asked have a whole other context to them. And you're not watching a linear film. It's not like Tarantino where it's like non-linear. It's like there's a Nietzschean quality to Inland Empire where Laura Dern is not the same person. Like, she's literally not the same person. Well, not literally. She's not the same at the end of the movie, before all of the, the Mulholland Drive, the American Dream spitting you out. She is not the same person that she was when she was asking those questions. And she was just trying to find out basic information about, what's going on with, I even forget what she was asking about because that's not the thing. And, everything that people say about, the hero's journey gets told all these different ways. That's someone who watches a movie and doesn't know that, likes the fact that Laura Dern has this like big journey going all the way up to like Sunset Boulevard and going down on the stars, the Walk Hall of Fame. And it's this big, like, overwhelming journey for the character. You don't even have to know what's going on. It's like, what's happening with the director, all that. Like, it takes a smart person to know that, period. It's just cool to not know all that and to watch the movie. That's what's cool about Lynch. It's not cool that you can find out why all that's happening. On some level, the normie has more of a grasp on the experience than all the people telling him about what he's experiencing. So yeah, the Nietzschean thing about perspectivism, not trying to have this like Socratic reading of history and trying to tell people, what the proper reading of this and that is. That's where Wild at Heart becomes a fun film. If you're not watching it like that, if you're not watching it to try to figure it out, you're actually a more competent consumer than the people who have pods and the people that, put an ideological spin on it. And I didn't think that was true. I thought that's why Spencer was a cool guy. I thought Spencer was brilliant because of that. And that's not really where he's coming from. It's not really a political perspective. So no, I don't think reading more books is cooler than watching more movies or, just caring about these figures. Because what I'm going to try to talk about is the idea, like with Nietzsche, we're going to try to condense that stuff so that you don't have to read it or you don't have to watch the movie. You don't have to know the album. That's what I'm going to try to do with the channel. And that's what's going to be one of the themes of, like, I want to be able to tell somebody this stuff who doesn't even know what it is. And when he watches the movie, he should be disappointed because it's not as cool as what I'm saying. Socratically, it's never as cool from like a mindset. You're supposed to feel out this stuff. So no, I don't want to tell people how cool Lynch is. I don't want to label this stuff. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff, and if people like it, they can keep checking out the channel. So yeah, we're going to try to talk about songs and probably not play half of them. That's what we're going to do with the channel. And to condense media like that, that's what Palia was so good at. To have her talk about stuff that I don't even care to check out, That's what was cool about the criticism. And a lot of these people, they want to teach you stuff. They want to be your teacher. And I want to be your friend. I want to be cool and just, this is the double R diner. This is the hard R diner. No, this is the double R diner. And this is not, this is not a place to, make it like school. Okay. This is where you go after school, and it's cool. So, with my search history was about girly stuff, was about, people talking about Barbie and all, Polia and all of these lectures about entertainment. It wasn't about reading Unqualified Reservations. It wasn't about going to some Twitter space where some guys like condensing a book. That's not what we're here for. So, I know that's kind of some of more of what I've already said. It's just, that to condense media, that's a role that a lot of people on the dissident right aren't doing. They're talking about doing it. We're going to try to condense music for someone who doesn't like metal. We're going to condense Lynch for someone who doesn't want to watch it, because it's more cooler to like share it with somebody than it is to be by yourself and like watch it and think that you're a smart guy because you figured it out. It's like, there's nothing to figure out. I just want you to like feel stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm rambling. This is why people should stop watching the show when I'm done with the topics, because this is just, I don't even know if this is coherent. Yeah, we're done with all of it. There you go. Don't judge the art. It's judgment that defeats us. Yeah, there you go. That's so true. I got Spangler on my shelf. I'm never gonna read it. LOL. That's like, what have I been doing the past few months? That's the mindset. Yeah, there you go. And I like people talking about stuff. Like, that's like, my imagination has conversations. My fascinations are conversational. It's dialogue. And you don't need even the media that they're talking about to like what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, privately, I like hearing conversations and trying to do like dialogue trees. I don't need to you're not my friend after you listen to the album. You know what I'm saying? The critics, the critics that we like, that aren't just like being contrarian, they're making the stuff that I don't even know about cool. And all the other people that want to complain about stuff, that's the thing. It's not negative. It's not telling you how bad things are, like these dissident right people. I'm here to tell you about, I'm never going to live, well, I was born in 1999. I'm never going to live for more than decades with the 20th century. I want to be able to be an expert on something that I literally can't experience. And that's possible because criticism itself allows for it. Yo, Richard Crook. No, I'm just glad. I'm glad, like, the same. Oops. Season 3 is, yeah, okay. That was the other thing with Spencer. He didn't like he like watched it one time and like didn't go back to it, allegedly, probably. And yeah, I don't know. I should probably try that again. It's probably not going to go down so good for me, because I feel like you had to have been like a fanboy to like squeeze all of the cool stuff from it. If I showed my dad season 3 of Twin Peaks, he's not going. He's just going to think it's annoying. He's like, you're fetishizing the process of tinkering out the plot. And I think that's cool. I think that's what Lynch, like, to think that that's cool is so autistic. To think that that's cool storytelling is very schizophrenic. And so, yeah, if you're like a critic, you shouldn't like season 3. And I think that's where, like, I need to be able to control that more, like, professionally. So I don't know. I'm probably not going to either. I should probably check that out. Yeah, Wild at Heart. Wild at Heart, dude, that scene where they sing Elvis with Power Mad, do I even have to tell you why that's cool? Do I have to tell you why? It's like the movie's made for me. The movie's just, I don't even remember how it ends. I don't care. It's the coolest movie where the plot is like an afterthought. No, Wild at Heart is just baffling. Yeah, Blue Velvet I took too seriously. That was my problem. Blue Velvet's just like Blue Velvet's like telling you how David Lynch does his movies. That's what Blue Velvet is. Wild at Heart is like, that's him not trying to like, he's not trying to carry you through it. If it's like the Blue Velvet's the tutorial. Okay, since you know how to enjoy this kind of stuff, let's go with Lynch's imagination. You know, that seems to be the feel. So no, that's where, you know, Twin Peaks is for normal people, and then I just have to be honest about my gonzo taste. You know, people just aren't going to like, I only me can be me. You know, I can't be that crazy. We got Apollo Sinatra on the space. Gosh. I was glazing Apollo Sinatra because I thought that, you know, whatever that was, like a we like a while ago, the pagan discourse was like less toxic than when you go to like an Adam Green's, you know, side of the internet. Apollo, are you there? Or Sinatra? I'm doing very well. You're live on Loud Sound Epicenter. There you go.
So yeah, yeah, it's big time, absolutely. I've been listening the whole way, pretty much. I was kind of doing some things. I was over at the gym and whatnot, but I couldn't really come up to you if you'd asked me to, so I was kind of in the background there. Cool stuff there. And thanks for the shout out with the Sunset Boulevard thing. And I heard you talking about Mulholland Drive and Lynch a little bit. I haven't seen Mulholland Drive yet. My film watching has kind of fallen off recently. But I remember Spencer saying that he thought that Mulholland Drive seemed like kind of a response to Sunset Boulevard. I don't know what he's getting at there because I haven't seen the film.
Oh, you haven't seen the film? Oh, geez.
No, not.
Well, yeah. Well, I think it'll be like, I don't want to say underwhelming. Like the parallels will be very obvious as far as like structure. So I was thinking of like how to like tell you about it without spoiling it. No, I would recommend watching it because I do think, you know, to put my judgment aside, I do think that's, besides the TV show, I think that's probably the peak of Lynch. That's like Lynch's artistic peak. And that's a big statement because he has a very complicated filmography. So no, I think because you've already seen Sunset Boulevard, I feel like that would be the biggest compliment, is to check out Mulholland Drive. No, I was just so glad for you to talk about like like, here's the thing, because people do the pagan thing a couple different ways, and I'm Catholic. I'm right wing. I like the Holy Roman Empire, not the Roman Empire. You know, I'm a cliche. You know, I'm a walking Wojak. And I feel like the way you guys talk about your guys' pagan perspective, and my reading of Nietzsche comes from the entertainment wing. I think the first Nietzsche book is everything I need to do my show. And I could branch that up. Excuse me. Dropped a cassette, which I don't know if a Zoomer's ever even done that. I pull all of my Nietzsche knowledge strictly from one book, and then I kind of go with what a lot of you guys take with it. So when I try to like organize everything for like rhetoric, I don't feel like I'm getting wrapped up with everything that the bad guys do. I don't think I'm kind of clocking myself towards this, like, you know, this political genre where we're trying to talk about things with that pagan thing in mind. I feel like I'm doing something completely different. I'm like going off, literally like off track with this entertainment stuff, with what Palia did with her first book. And, you know, I'm trying to find myself with that process. And so, yeah, like I should like thank you for saying that in my space. Like when you were talking about Sunset Boulevard, and then what you said, whenever that was with, not Pax, who's the other, with Mercury, when you were talking with all those guys, I just have to know like Greek mythology and then I can like remember all your names. No, but I think you guys are like helping me are like helping my thinking. And so I don't know if that's what it was like for you, like ideologically speaking. I don't know if you come to the paganism with some things in mind. I kind of wanted to ask you about that.
Okay, well, I mean, my background. Oh, by the way, I just have to mention, like, not strictly on point. I'm a big Polly fan from way back, actually, when she was really in her prime back in the '90s, like publishing all of her books and being profiled in network news magazine, TV shows, and things like that. Yeah, I was a fan of her back in the day. Found her commentary really interesting. So it's cool that you're really into that. And yeah, as far as my own perspective, I should say as you may know, Apollonians tend not to identify as pagan, although that's, not an inaccurate description, I guess. The word pagan, as you probably know, it originally means basically like a kind of like a bumpkin, like a rustic, a hillbilly sort of thing. And so it was sort of like the dominant culture's view of people. It was like the sort of the dominant culture's view of people who were kind of backward, essentially. As Christianity, rose and became sort of the more dominant religion way back when in the Roman Empire, then, basically pagans were those who were kind of the slow adopters, basically, the hillbillies, the rustics. And we understand ourselves, perhaps somewhat self-servingly, as a vanguard, as people who are on the cutting edge. So we're not totally comfortable with the term pagan, but again, that's kind of beside the point too, just noting that. My own background is, I was raised Christian, Episcopalian. I converted to the Catholic Church actually when I was in college, and was actually, into the whole Catholic thing for a while. And then, in a kind of personal life journey respect, I found like Catholicism wasn't kind of doing it for me. I kind of began looking for other things as I kind of, groped around in younger adulthood, and I did begin exploring paganism, like Alain de Benoit's book on being a pagan and so on. And I eventually kind of found my way. I didn't really have an allegiance. I was just very much a searcher. And when Mark and Richard and some others were doing their shows on the Heel Turn Network, I say network, there's a YouTube channel. When that was going on, Mark had his show, The Apollonian Transmission. And I listened to that and kind of got into the material, followed his blog, and I was like, yeah, I'm finding this very persuasive. And I ended up joining the Apollonian project, such as it is, and just try to make contributions as it grows in this very early stage.
No, that's what I wanted to know, because I'm still Catholic. I stuck with it. I stubbornly did not pivot outward, as I was kind of yearning for this kind of youngful frustration, isolation, living in the modern world type thing. And I noticed like a lot of the BAP guys seem to share that same type of MO. Like a lot of them, probably wouldn't have found this stuff outside of Palia, outside of, a lot of the stuff that puts about that first book. And I wonder, like, is there a sustainable I mean, I would say your guys' project is the sustainable project that's carrying that criticism, like the way that a lot of the, the 90s cultural criticism is carrying the legacy of the beatniks from the 50s. I feel like there's a line there. And I feel like you guys are salvaging the pre-2015 alt-right from the intellectual wing, from the kind of Arctos adjacent. You guys talk about the same stuff and stay out of the same stuff. And I don't know how many people like are true converts. Like the guy from Imperium Press, apparently that guy, like, he's like a practicing pagan. And I don't know what that means exactly. Just I'm very fascinated by Nietzsche's perspectivism, that they do seem to kind of be able to talk politics much more kind of adult, I want to say, because there is, it's easy to say like everybody's being aggressive or what have you. It's just like you guys are doing the cultural criticism of the dissident right. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I feel like I have to like go to you guys to find some of this stuff. So I do feel like whether it's, labeled pagan or otherwise, you do kind of step outside of the American project, like a lot of like the French postmodern thinkers. Like you guys do seem to cater to what I'm trying to do, if that lines up.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think we are kind of doing, maybe Richard, if he was here, would use the term meta politics. We're kind of, I think we talked about this the last time we spoke, like we need to step away, or we all kind of, if we're intellectually curious at all, we're going to feel eventually the need to kind of step away from like the 24-hour news cycle, partisan political matrix, and try to get a broader and deeper view of things, especially if you're someone who's just more artistically and culturally inclined to begin with, who has interests along those lines. And yeah, as far as our project is concerned, we are ultimately trying to kind of reboot a religion. It's a reconstruction project. You could say it's a new religion. It's kind of an old one, whatever. But the religion's not there yet. What we have so far is this body, to a great extent, is this body of cultural criticism. There's a lot of basically, it's a critical project generally. There's biblical criticism and there's cultural criticism. And so it's a critical project at this point. It's not yet a religion. So yeah, I think we've made a significant contribution. And I appreciate the fact that, guys like you are on a certain level kind of hungry for this stuff, even if we're not philosophically aligned on the bottommost level or the most fundamental level. The fact that you would recognize our contribution and be kind of drawn to it to an extent, and would recognize that it's helping you in some way along your path. Explore things, learn about things, grow in your own way. I'm glad to hear that. I really appreciate it.
No, yeah, and I'm probably projecting a lot with what I'm saying. I don't know if this applies to a lot of Zoomers. I just thought you guys, politically speaking, were saying the most fascinating stuff. And so for that reason alone, I feel like most Zoomers should be privy to it. Then again, it's like you said, it's a completely different project. And not to harp on, I've said this so much with the spaces, so I don't want to say it again. Like to focus on the arts as something that, we're trying to, allow that criticism to not be so politicized. That's what I was so bad with when I first got into Lynch. I was coming at it strictly from kind of a political perspective. And even if I thought like it's more based than all these annoying women that want to talk about how bad the 50s were, and that's what the movie's about, and all of this like media literacy that Gio complains about, I was basically doing that same thing just on the right. And like Spencer and a bunch of people say, like, that doesn't make it any cooler. It's still that genre has played out. And I don't need to be a younger guy doing it. I want to do what other people would have done if they were trying to consume as much American media as they can. And because they probably can't, just because of time-wise, there's supposed to be critics out there condensing stuff from other medias to modern medias. And I do feel like Spencer with the Spencer's media literacy, that's like one of the launch pads for a lot of the stuff that we do. It's just not a lot of Zoomers doing it. A lot of a lot of the alt-right guys, Greg Johnson, a lot of Arctos, those guys do it. And I feel like young people feel like they're not qualified, or you have to be like some expert. And it's like, that doesn't stop people from, all these women from like getting big followings on wherever to doing these long-winded video essays. Like, Zoomers, go out there and do it. The tools can be passed down. It's just, I think it's overwhelming because, like you said, the Polya thing was so pivotal. And I feel like a lot of other people take it in this political direction. I'm trying to focus on, that I said this at somebody at the 1776 event, like, skip Sexual Persona. Don't read that book first. Read Sex, Art, and Culture, or American Culture, whatever. That's the content. That's what everybody's yearning for. That's what pulled me out of, when I was at the airport, like 2022. That's what was getting me all amped up to or it was probably 2021. That's what was getting me to like think how I was going to do stuff after that. So, it sounds like I'm kind of being dramatic, like you finding the Apollonian transmission, that tells a bigger story about me and you than I think a lot of the stuff that I was prioritizing.
I'm curious to hear how you found out about Polya, because when I found out about her, that was basically, it's kind of not surprising that I heard about her, because a lot of people did back in the 90s. That was like the peak of her celebrity, essentially. She cut quite a figure in the media back in those days, to some extent, like going head to head with Gloria Steinem and whatnot. And
I love that.
Making a lot of waves in the sexual, political controversies at that time surrounding date rape and so on. Because like the discourse that we had more recently about toxic masculinity and quote-unquote rape culture, that's a variation of stuff that's been going on for a while. And back in the 90s, there was like the whole discourse about date rape and how widespread or prevalent it was. But yeah, how did you find out about Polya?
Well, I found there was gosh, I have a very strong memory of that day. It was nighttime, and I finally decided. My friend Barack Obama, he told me, this lady, she's like one of these figures that if you don't know about her, it kind of puts a lot of pieces into place. And so I don't know what my hunch was. I got like almost exactly where I was sitting now, probably, and I pulled up one of her interviews where she was probably promoting that free speech book. And I've talked to Ryan Girdusky about this. That book, like, no one else should put out that book except, like, Mike Cernovich. I don't want Polya to try to be relevant again. I want her to just do what she was doing. And, I was bashing the book without reading it, so I was being a good dissident right figure. And after that, I found her talk about all of these academics from like post 40s. They're getting all their stuff from Foucault, and all these postmodern thinkers, they're all just like, they don't know anything before like the 17th century. Everything that we're talking about, it was almost like finding out what Buckley, like there's no right-wing movement before Buckley. And it's like, well, why is that? And then you learn more about like that era, and you're like, oh gosh, like you said, it's like, this is just like Shapiro and the GOP. And Polya was just one of those figures, like culturally speaking, she was like talking about the way people think historically, like the way Spencer talks. People are so stuck with the like Americanism that I was like, okay, well, you're kind of like telling people about this like other side of history. So then what are you talking about? And she was vouching for Iron Maiden. I found these videos where she was talking about, I'm not trying to be an academic. I'm trying to be a critic. I'm trying to, these ladies, they don't know about rock and roll. They don't know. And she's talking like Lester Bangs. She's talking about all these other people that I was more privy to. And I just think like, I think I fell in love. I was like, there's someone out there who on YouTube who still has some of her lectures available. A lot of her stuff is basically like a proto Fuentes, like waking people up about this stuff. And so for me, culturally speaking, I didn't have a lot of heroes like that. I liked Lester Bangs' like cynicism. And I thought Kerouac, I don't even know if I read too much of Kerouac at the time. I was more so kind of dazzled of him as like a historical figure, not necessarily what he was putting out. And Polya was talking like, my dad or Thomas, she was talking like the people that I liked, and saying that, this whole Western canon is built by, alcoholics and musicians and all these academics. They're making academia not cool. They think they have the monopoly on it because they read all the books. They haven't read all the books. They're cleaving off a whole era of history, and here's the history lecture. And to me, I don't know anyone else at that time who was giving me that angle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she definitely felt that. You're kind of jogging my memory a little bit here, because she definitely felt that she was an authentic representative of the 60s generation and its kind of questing, critical spirit. And a lot of the people in academia who she saw as very repressive, anti-free speech, kind of as embodying a kind of totalitarian mindset. People that she hated, they were often accused by their critics of being 60s radicals. And she hated that. She's like, no, I remember them from back in the day. These weren't the radicals. These were the nerds. I was a real 60s radical. And the other people who were on the same page that I was, they, unfortunately, to a great extent, kind of blew their minds out on drugs. And a lot of them are dead, or they're just kind of like really kind of desiccated at this point. But I'm still around. I've still got that flame burning over here. So I'm telling you how it really is. And she was absolutely temperamentally this kind of amazing free spirit, this force of nature, really a free spirit. And these, uptight academic types really resented her because they didn't have that. They didn't have that same free spirit. They were very kind of, buttoned up and censorious, And she just kind of made them look like fools for years. But if you're looking for, I think you're quite lucky to have come across her work, because when you talk about just great critics who've emerged in recent decades, she's definitely near the top of the list. People have, they're knowledgeable people who take strong exception to some of her viewpoints. But whether she's completely right or completely wrong, she's someone who's just massively stimulating in so much of the stuff that she wrote. And you're right, if you want to kind of get to know her perspective, don't read Sexual Personae first. We actually finished Sexual Personae back in the day, but in any event, it's not where to start. You start with the books of criticism, the collections for essays like Sex, Art, and American Culture, Vamps and Tramps. There was also a book of her poetry criticism called Break, Blow, Burn. That's really great. A terrific critic, definitely someone that, regardless of ideological disagreement, people who are trying to form their critical faculties, become better thinkers and writers, and more culturally aware, they should definitely familiarize themselves with Camille Paglia.
Yeah, and I feel like there's such a opportunity, because she obviously loved movies and television. I just feel like somebody like Paglia could have had this big boost for music theory, and that's where her Nietzschean ideas could have found a home. And I know, she talks much more about these more like celebrity-based, gossipy type stuff, and I like that stuff. I'm not disavowing it. It's just there was more to her formula than I think even she focused on. I think, it is kind of a boomer thing to like fixate on the albums and very specific niche things that she would have liked growing up. I just feel like everybody else does the film criticism thing. Like the Hegelian e-girls can do that. And I feel like someone like Paglia does not need to put out a free speech book. I wanted something more so closer to that rock and roll thing that she was talking about. And I do feel like a lot of that's not her main focus. I feel like she doesn't want to go there. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's like outside of her priorities, or if, the other stuff is just so much more dazzling to her. It's just, I want to talk about music. Like I told you, I want to do that. And, the film critics don't have a lot of cool stuff there. There's plenty of them. There's a saturation thing there. And, someone like Paglia, I think had that opportunity and didn't seem to go there. So that's where, to go back to speak on the Birth of Tragedy again, like that's where, I'm very optimistic about trying to align this stuff together so that Zoomers can have access to it. Because a lot of people, for us, this can be like cool content that's just a lot of us we're not familiar with. So, for me, I was probably projecting a lot of my own curiosities when I was finding her. So, it's fascinating. You were there at the time. That's what's more historic.
Sure. I mean, every generation, kind of puts its own imprint on these things and takes these things and necessarily uses them for their own purposes. And that's, a good and necessary thing. And admittedly, I'm the same age as Spencer, so I don't really have my finger on the pulse of your generation, let's say. I'm sure Spencer does to a far greater extent than I do. But, it's good that you're bringing your perspective into those things, And Camille Paglia, this is in a way kind of coming full circle, because one thing Paglia would talk about when she looked back on the 60s when she was coming up was that one important aspect of that cultural moment that kind of gets lost in retrospect was the spiritual quest aspect of it. The politics, the music, the drugs, the sexuality, that's all remembered and still like culturally very impactful. But the more spiritual side of it, the exploration of Eastern mysticism, meditation, things like that, that has been pretty much culturally lost, or to the extent that it's mentioned, it's looked at as kind of a joke. It's just like the Beatles getting stoned with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi and making some of their shitty music, But no, she was really identified with that, and that was part of her life's journey as well. And I think that her Nietzscheanism, her spiritual quest, they both kind of relate a bit to Apolloism, dare I say, flattering ourselves a bit. But yeah, maybe that was a part of her messaging, her discourse that kind of resonated with me as well, as I've tried to kind of follow a critical and to some extent like spiritual quest myself.
No, yeah, that's the thing, that it does seem to be the same project as the Apollonian Project. That it seems to be the same thing, and there might be more of it might be a little different. It's just I was so impressed by the fact that she was like framing things that way. And a lot of people online sort of do that. A lot of them are, it is kind of like a postmodern anti-comedy attitude that kind of galvanizes a lot of people, and it is kind of that radio style on the timeline. It's just, yeah, I feel like Polya was authentically eclectic. She could make stuff cool that was so old, and she seemed like she was trying to like revive as much old media as possible, even going back to like older eras of Hollywood. And again, like, I don't have to watch those movies. No one has to watch those movies. They're talking about like a persona. They're talking about like a vibe that I think most people can feel, most people can be given and told. And yeah, it is very Nietzschean. It's out of this like rationalist perspective. It's out of this like conservatism that even someone like me tries to like affiliate that with, tries to like make it like a small thing. And I feel like she, like you said, she broadened horizons to like make a lot of the stuff from her childhood very cool. And I don't even know if her critics were like listening to the same stuff or privy to the same culture. It seemed like she was just completely salvaging all that stuff like my dad does with these CDs, just salvaging that generation, condensing it. That's what I mean to say. Like, that's where the criticism, I feel like, is very authentic with her, even if she says a lot of stuff that makes it difficult to vouch for her, all the baggage, like, we can avoid some of that. It's just, that's where I was, dazzled. It was genre wise, it was probably something that a lot of us probably take for granted. So
it occurs to me now that it was from Camille Paglia that I first heard the word Apollonian. Of course, she was using it, and she was borrowing that word from Nietzsche, talking about the Apollonian and the Dionysian. And yeah, I'm not sure where I was going with that, but right, she, I'm glad that you're saying you felt like you kind of heard the same voice in her to an extent that you heard also from like people like your dad, people of that generation. It's had sort of the ring of authenticity to you. Did I get that right?
Like her talking about 60s rock, that's what makes me think people are cool. And the fact that like she's being so like strident against her critics because they were so academic, like that was telling me like the way that my dad kind of clustered towards 90s counterculture media. My dad didn't raise me on the 80s action movies, even though that stuff is like supposed to be masculine and make me feel good. I do feel like there's a lot of like misunderstandings with like what you're supposed to give to a young guy and what you're supposed to frame or what media you're supposed to condense from your childhood. I do feel like parents, like they try to make the Beatles cool. They try to make, this Rodney Dangerfield. They try to make all this very of its time hyper specific stuff cool because they laughed so much when they first found it. And I know that when I watch Wild at Heart, I'm one of the few people in the audience that knows why that's cool. And to me, telling somebody why it's cool is probably more cool than watching the film. And I mean, describing that part where Nicolas Cage is singing an Elvis song while the thrash metal band Power Mad is doing backing vocals. This nobody can make this stuff up. This is absolutely ridiculous. And it's almost best if you don't watch the movie, because it's almost like I am telling you one of these gonzo essays from 50 years ago. Like, there was a time when guys did that, and today they don't know like all of the things that I just listed. They don't know, even they can't even compartmentalize a lot of that stuff. So no, yeah, I mean, Polya is probably what made Nietzsche cool for me. I don't know if Bap could have brought me to it. I don't know if Spencer himself by himself could have made it as cool to me. I think Polya was the one who said, this guy, he's the one that's framing stuff. And so it's not even a political, it's obviously not a religious thing for me. He's a cultural critic. And that's what that first book is. The audio book, Zoomers can try to binge those ideas. It's not about being an academic. It's about going against, what most people are doing, so what would a Nietzschean critic be today? It's Polya. She's not Christian. She's contrarian and not welcomed in academia. Can't think of a more appropriate archetype for a modern Nietzschean.
Yeah, she's forthright about the fact that she's an atheist, but also was raised in a very deeply Catholic, Italian background in upstate New York. And that's a deep part of her cultural formation. Obviously, it informs her perspective on art and culture. It's pretty fascinating. And she has a genuine and deep respect for religion as something that is, constructive, imaginatively and intellectually fertile, and, obviously a central part of our civilization. And she, I remember she was the person who, the first person I ever heard use the expression, read a book, was Camille Paglia, actually. And she was commenting specifically on the superficiality of these like feminist protesters that she was confronting way back in the day. But you're kind of presenting in your own aspiration to be a critic that you're talking about. You're kind of presenting. I can see why Paglia might resonate with you. Because on the one hand, I'm hearing you say you don't want to go too far into the kind of analytical side that kind of, in a way, can pull you away from a more authentic or organic experience of the artwork, of the music or the film, whatever it is. At the same time, you do want to be a critic. You do want to be writing and thinking about this, material that's out there. So it seems like you're kind of edging towards a kind of more impressionistic kind of criticism that talks about how the music or the film makes you feel, what it's like to experience it in a way. And I feel like, hey, I'm down with the analytical stuff myself, but Paglia is definitely someone who can talk very eloquently about not just what something means, but also how it feels and, what it's like to experience it in a sense. And when she talks about poetry, there's some unforgettable things she wrote about poetry and about, it may sound strange, but like kind of the biology of poetry, the rhythm of poetry lining up with the heartbeat and kind of getting into like the rhythms of the body itself being echoed in poetry and in its structure. And I'm just saying, yeah, Paglia really, she opens up so many different perspectives when you read her, I think, and it kind of gets you into a more intimate experience of the artworks that she talks about.
Yeah, and for someone like myself, I can't experience the 20th century. I can't experience the concerts my dad went to. I can't fully, authentically, like, be one of the veterans of that era. And for a lot of Zoomers, they love Fuentes, they love a lot of the Sam Hyde, a lot of the, the outsources of, 4chan criticism. And that's not, just, rape jokes and all of the, the humor. There's like an authentic, that was the thing I didn't say earlier. Like the amount of readers that came out of 4chan, the people finding PDFs, the people that can like find audio files, the journalism that went into the counterculture media of the 2010s. Like, Catherine D is one of the few people that documents that stuff from probably the most earnest perspective that I could find, besides Angela Nagel. Like, our upbringing online was not just to find, the same, humor. It was a sort of like Paglia trying to find the critics of history, trying to do historicism that wasn't so fuddy-duddy. It was like a very much of an academic project. And I know, obviously, if you tell a Zoomer that he's not going to like say that that's why he's doing it. It's just we're kind of going through those same patterns, and I think the criticism that stems from a lot of Catherine D. A lot of it does kind of try to map out these people who were very outspoken, and they're talking about the experiences from the past that some boomers might try to chalk up to the 60s politics, or the way that you could get radicalized on the campus. It's like, no, the Doors played like all their best shows in the 60s. The way that these albums make you feel, I just don't hear that from a lot of these alleged veterans of the culture war. I just hear a bunch of complaining and politics, and we already have the dissident right.
Right. I guess when I think about your own experience as a Zoomer with music, and maybe it's the challenge that falls to your generation and perhaps the millennials to some extent, it's like, what is there left to do in rock music, which I know you're very interested in? Because, I came of age back in the 90s when maybe rock music was kind of just getting to that point where it was totally played out with like grunge. And, Spencer's talked about this, like Nirvana trying to singing off key, and not really knowing how to play their instrument. It's like, it's like rock music has gone as far as it can go. We just the last thing to do is just kind of to rip it up, and just kind of destroy it. And so, and in the 2000s and 2010s and now the 2020s, it's like, is there any room left for further creation in the field of rock music, or is it totally played out? Has everything been done? I wonder about that.
Well, I think the internet has been a net negative for the decentral. You can go for it.
I didn't know you were on YouTube earlier. I apologize.
No worry. Well, most people probably don't, so that's
I put your YouTube in the chat, but don't worry, I'll delete it.
No worries.
I just want people to know that you were live, so they wouldn't request.
No, no worries.
I wanted to jump in on this. Where does rock go? I don't know if you've actually heard Lady Gaga's new album, Mayhem.
There was that one song that was on the radio.
Yes. She is doing a very rock themed pop.
Fascinating. Well,
I kind of like it.
All right. Well, you know me. I'm
rock mixed with pop.
No, I'm no stranger to a lot of the girly stuff. I feel like a lot of the like heavier stuff seems to come from that because they're culturally prioritized.
I feel like somebody else who's kind of doing that is Chappelle Roan. It's sort of meta right now, so this whole rock and roll like theme, but it's also mixed with pop at the same time.
All right. No, we were allies. Pop and rock were supposed to be like up to the 80s. We were not supposed to be enemies. We were supposed to synthesize it. We were like fellow travelers, and then it was like, what people say about the 90s, they gave MTV to our little sister, and all of rock became super masculine and everything else became super girly. And it's just like, well, how are we going to fix that? Where do you go from there? It's kind of an ambiguous thing. No, I think a lot of women are going to be pulling a lot of this stuff out. I think, I like Susie and the Banshees, even though they haven't put out stuff in a while. Like, what happened after like heavy metal became super masculine, a lot of the goth bands seem to kind of like salvage a lot of the psychedelic parts of the 60s and then like funnel it towards this pop sound. And people thought like that was anti-punk. Punk is supposed to be fast and loud. And they were saying, no, this like girly, feminine type heaviness is where you get, Sisters of Mercy and Susie and the Banshees. And a lot of grunge bands seem to like take notes for a lot of those groups. And it seems like a lot of pop bands, well, they might now be kind of going back to that pattern. It's not a very obvious one. We label it as like the opposite of heavy metal. I think it's more metal than a lot of the cheesy stuff that comes out of some of the glam bands. Some of that gets super poppy, and all these whatever you want to call it, goth, alternative, a lot of that's heavier than a lot of the metal bands. So if modern pop singers learn that lesson, I think we could have Grimes. We could have some of the coolest music, imaginable. Probably. I don't know. That might answer your question.
Interesting.
Yeah, because we talk about this a lot. Like, what happened to heavy metal? Grunge ruined everything, and new metal is not metal, and it's not even new anymore because it's like 30 years old. So very cynical. More complaining, and it's like I feel that. Then again, it's like I started getting into goth bands because if you're going to talk to girls, you can't talk about Van Halen, and you can't talk about heavy metal in the conventional version. You first of all, you have to label it classic rock so you don't scare them, and then you have to pick more mainstream friendly bands. So I found Suzy Sue, and I found a lot of the people at that time. I checked out a lot of Evanescence not too long after that, like trying to like it as opposed to like a lot of the mainstream songs. And I don't know if I figured this out early on. It's like there's the heaviness, there's the psychedelia, there's what the Doors were doing. And besides, like, I don't know, besides like a few people, like nobody seemed to learn that style very well. A lot of people said, well, nobody can do that.
If you haven't checked a moment, you can just listen to the snippet in the Jumbotron. When I heard this live, my first reaction was, Ace would love this.
Well,
this is his music.
I might get copyrighted if I play this, so I'm gonna try to.
It's only like 20 minutes.
I might. Well, that's the thing, though. That's it. My dad has learned this lesson. This like the way that YouTube does their.
Don't play it on YouTube.
That's what's so crazy. Like you can't even, and I feel like it's free advertising, and it's like YouTube wants you to like learn less stuff,
Yeah. Okay,
so it's ridiculous. No, but I'm gonna try. I want to check it out. And no, that's I want to try to catch up with a lot of this stuff because when people ask me lately, that I haven't been giving a lot of good answers. So no, I appreciate that this stuff is possibly popular. That's all it takes.
It's like a very like Doors vibe.
Mm.
The Doors meets the 80s, like meets new wave pop. Like I don't even know what she's doing. Like this new thing, this new monster.
It's seemingly schizophrenic, and yet that seems to be the most seems to be what we need the most. So I would be happy to check out a lot of this stuff, and I would like to think like the people that like this stuff, they're clustering towards a sort of like dissident side of music. Like they're not just gonna like have that be one of the songs that's like on their Spotify playlist. I would like to think there's like some curiosity, or can we merge that with something else? Because with the internet, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to merge everything after grunge destroys it. And I feel like that lesson didn't really happen. I feel like I don't know, like country music was big after the 90s. I feel like every the rock, rock, that seems to.
And now it's kind of being brought back with like the pop music again. I'm seeing like this trend of like pop merging with like every other style. It's like they're done with rap. I feel like they've
peak
like,
rap.
So now they're like going into rock and country.
To like because it's been long enough. It's like 10 years ago is nostalgic. We can make a movie about a 2010 thing. That's long into the past for a person to like buy a ticket. All right, no, that seems to line up. And I, obviously I would like rock to be, that's for the boys. That's what I was telling Adam about in January. Like young men not learning instruments. Like that's what we were talking with Pariah about. Young people not learning music academically for that purpose. You're just going to get more bad music. You're just going to get people that are going to be like slaves to, whatever's turned out. So if the classicists can find themselves among the upper class and produce culture, I feel like Wagner talks about this. Like that's where a lot of the possibilities lie. You can kind of do other stuff with other music. Well, he was a romantic, so I'm messing up the angle. The romantics are the ones who can make it about themselves and then pull out a culture. And the classical world, some might say we have to leave behind because it's too conservative and there's no ideas left to pull from it. So that might be what we need. That we might need more Apollonian musicians to help my rock bands stop doing all these tours where they're still trying to play songs from the new album that people don't buy off of labels that people don't know about. Like, we got to just stop pretending like we're in the 80s. People are not buying albums. You know, the rock can't come from those older bands. They have to come from some Greta Van Fleet type, except like something more than that. Something not just like a copycat band. We need like an actual curious musicianship to galvanize all these people. So I don't know. Easier to say what musicians should be doing than to make music. You know, they're the musicians and I'm just the critic. That's just what I've noticed. My short time on this planet, I've noticed that we're not going to get any rock bands by waiting for them, you know. So they're just going to have to go out there and make it. So
pardon the naive question, but are you a musician, or have you been a musician?
Well, I tried. I like to like cover songs. I'm a copycat. So, you know, I don't know if musicians, I've reached that level yet to say that. I'm not classically trained either. I learned like the pentatonic scale, and I've learned, you know, stuff from my dad. That was like my education. So minimal stuff there. So I'm a hypocrite. I don't want to be the one making it. Well, I kind of do. I do. It's just, there's also like a discipline that comes with it. Like, you know, a lot of Eddie Van Halen's, one of his interviews was talking about this idea of like, you know, I was the loner. I was the guy that didn't go to the parties. You know, Alex Van Halen went to the parties and I stayed home practicing. And everything that I felt comes out of, you know, and this sounds kind of like new agey type stuff. It's like the guitar is your communication tool. And, you know, someone like me who has those feelings and doesn't pick up the guitar, that's where I kind of cuck a whole possibility there where I don't allow myself to have, you know, I let the criticism and the stuff I say be the like vessel for that. And then musicians, they have that discipline. They can churn it out. And yeah, people think it's like glamorous privately. And as we know, you know, it's the most difficult and isolating climate. And then you can't even relate to people because they're not doing stuff like that. That's a very like niche hobby. So, you know, it can like consume you in a very negative way. And I feel like for a lot of young people, all it takes is like that, a little bit of like pessimism to like completely steer them away from it. And so that's where I say, like, young guys like my friend who published a book, people think like they can't get published, then just go out there and go for it. You know, don't let anybody tell you can't do it. Just, you know, that's there's also like a mindset dilemma that doesn't seem to be fully addressed yet. So, you know, yeah, we're probably in the worst era of like musical output, and then young people being the least educated on it. So it's just a very cynical time. So
thanks for sharing that, because of course when I say this, like, you know, what is music even doing these days? I mean, inevitably I do feel like an old head saying that, which I kind of,
it's accurate.
Yeah, okay, because that is my impression. Like when I go out, you know, the music that I hear is like, it's usually at least 20 years old. It's like people just don't really want to hear the newer stuff. They want to hear older stuff that they associate with some era that, you know, that with an era in which they were not really even conscious. They weren't really around, you know, but they want to hear something that kind of, I guess it could be said it's just better music, and maybe it could also be said it's something that reminds them of some, like, for them, kind of imagined better era when things were just cooler. I don't know.
No, yeah, well, that's like, we're competing against, like, you know, the Phil Spector wall of sound and the revolution of, you know, rock and pop. Like, we're competing with like a historical moment that probably can't be replicated. And then we're like telling young people, like, go up against that. And then all of this, you know, all of this lack of education and, you know, some, like, you know, you were just able to go on the Sunset Strip and find like talented guys, and it's like, where's the place to do that? Where's like the hive mind for very very talented people all orbiting with like a specific part of society. It's like everybody tells you to like make stuff independently, and then you don't really have like a tutorial to like do that. So that's where like cultural criticism is very appropriate. You can allow a lot of these like forgotten genres to become popular again, and then you can try to, if you're a talented person and you can, merge stuff together, then yeah, I would want someone else more talented than me to do it. It's just if I'm telling people to do it and other people aren't doing it, then it's like nothing's happened. Not a lot of, there's not like a relationship happening or a synthesis. So it's just it's rough. It's a rough dynamic.
That is kind of you're kind of raising a question there. It's like where, if I want to get involved in this, like where do I go? Like if I'm a young aspiring musician, where do I go? Like back in the '60s, someone who was an aspiring musician had the idea that, oh well, if I want to create, I should go to Greenwich Village in New York City, hang out with the crowd there. Yeah, that's where to go. And you would there was a place where you could go and talk to people and cross-pollinate, get inspiration. And if you were a country star, or again, an aspiring country musician back in the day, well, I guess you'd think, I got to go to Nashville. Yeah, I'll go to Nashville to see what's going on there, see what I can pick up, see what I can learn. And today it's like, where do young people go? And yeah, I don't know where it is. It seems like everybody kind of goes online, basically, which has, I guess, certain advantages and certain disadvantages too. But yeah, where is it happening? Where is it happening now?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, oops. It's like you have to be just upper class. You have to like have some pull. You have to like know people. And then if you're like allowed at the table, then you can kind of like get those ideas to someone else. It does seem like the decentralization doesn't like pull people up. It's just, it's just a way to like get people to find the stuff. Around the world, people didn't even have access to it for like most of history, probably. And to have it go popular, though, that's where it becomes like seems like that's like a whole other question. So yeah, like your average musician, I don't know, he could probably find gigs. Like he could probably find a lot of marginal success so that he doesn't like go completely crazy. It's just, yeah, what we're talking about is like a cultural, the decades don't get defined anymore. There's not like a single thing that ties up seemingly like any like one group of people. So it's it's a lot more difficult to have like 90s is grunge and 80s is hair metal. It's difficult to like tell people what they want while everyone's off doing their own thing. So I don't know. That's why we talk about it, because it seems to be
right.
So
Where do I go to grow in my art? Just to kind of to stew in it, basically, to grow in it. Yeah, and you remind me, like people have said, I'm sure you've heard it too, like the '90s was the last real decade that really had its own kind of identity and essence. And since 2000, it's like, yeah, things are just kind of like amorphous. Are there clearly defined eras? Are there clearly defined generations when it comes to culture? It seems to be sort of, with the loss of vitality, there's a loss of originality, such that it's hard to really get a sense of, a unifying spirit defining things. I'm kind of rambling, but you see what I mean?
No, they might find it with the Apollonian Project. So, there might be or you guys might be opening up venues, you might be finding ways to produce music, that's what it takes, probably. No, that's why.
From your lips to Jupiter's ears, my friend. I can only hope that they sound like that. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's besides Polya, the fact that there was that dynamic between Nietzsche and Wagner, I was like, there's the possibilities. There's like the poet meets the musician. There's like the, what is it, rhetorician meets the musician, and you can define the century with your guys's like ideas, and then Wagner becomes Christian, Nietzsche leaves. It's like, oh geez, what could have happened? What could have happened if they stayed friends? I don't know. I have a very like specific perspective on like their dynamic. I don't know. Do you put a lot of stock with that situation? To me, it felt like a historical anecdote. Or am I
Nietzsche and Wagner?
like, do you pick a side? Because I'm kind of biased.
Okay, well, I guess I mean, I kind of I hate to take a side between Nietzsche and Wagner, both of those guys, right? But yeah, it's kind of, I can kind of see it kind of in a way gets to, maybe this is kind of in a way intellectualizing it too much, but I'm someone who tends to do that. But Nietzsche with his Wagner, with his operas based on Norse myth, he was trying to kind of reach into some deeper European soul and trying to kind of, even to the point of recapturing the spirit of Greek tragedy, and doing things like, having the orchestra underneath the stage and, having, in a way, kind of having what the first versions of what later became the movie theater, like darkened theaters, to immerse you more fully in the experience. He was the first to do that, really. Previously the theaters would be lit, and you would just kind of, you'd be able to see everyone in the audience. The stage was, the show was before you, but it was kind of more. There was a less sort of sacral aspect to it. That's what Wagner was trying to recapture. But Mark has, I think the fact that Nietzsche, Wagner ultimately converted to Christianity, became a Lutheran, in a way kind of rhymes with, I'm not saying it's confirmation, but it kind of rhymes with Mark's interpretations of Norse myth as having a kind of Christianizing purpose behind them. It's not surprising that Wagner, immersing himself as deeply as he did in these myths and trying to express the spirit behind them, ultimately ended up becoming a Christian himself. If the purpose of these myths was to prepare people for Christianity, it's not surprising that it had that same effect on Wagner himself. You could say, in a way, it shows his receptivity as an artist. He deeply perceived the spirit behind these works and ultimately, followed them more fully.
And that's why Nietzsche probably could not bring himself to have nice things to say about him with his. Yeah. Gosh, that's to me, that seems to tell the story of a lot of the dissident right. A lot of that does seem to be very the war on Substack from early 2024 was the Christian nationalists and the Nietzscheans, and Walt Bismarck had the style, and everybody else seemed to have the true reading of history. So yeah, that seems to be the dynamic all these years later. And
wait, there was a war on Substack?
Well, like I'm kind of hyping it up. It was more so like a bunch of like a lot of, what would you say, like back and forths, a lot of like replies from Substackers from some people who are more Christian, some people who are more closer to BAP, and that there was kind of this what would you call it, like debate or what have you on Substack. Well, it didn't seem to turn into anything like super public. There might be something public about it outside of Substack. It's just that's most of my knowledge from that.
Is this broadly? It sounds broadly in line with the whole BAP versus Fuentes thing.
It's like the same. It's like the same thing. It's just yeah. Instead of calling each other slurs, they're having like historical arguments on Substack. So it's like, well, can you say it's different if it's like the same two sides doing like the same genre? It's like, well, so no, it's fascinating, and it's nice to kind of have a more academic side of it, because for most people it's probably just a lot of ad hominems. No, it's that's why the Wagner curiosity, it seems to kind of like be a litmus test. I still seem to be clinging to a sort of Christian moralism, and yet I do seem to still be fond of a lot of the the critic side of thing. And you know, the critic is probably not ever supposed to be mainstream, or he's not supposed to be welcome, because that's his role, is to be the kind of outsider, you know, solo artist. And everybody else is by definition not that. Everything else has to be affiliated with some societal identity, some sort of national identity. And the critic seems to not thrive with that. So there might be like an archetype outlining that went off there. It was like that. It didn't matter if Wagner believed everything Nietzsche said. You know, he was the artist and Nietzsche's the critic. That was another thing I didn't mention earlier. It's like, you know, someone like Polly is not an artist, is not even up to the standard that she like glazes about. You know, a lot of us don't know about a lot of those people that were popular. They are not artists. You know, we might say that they're very articulate. They still don't have the thing that we're talking about, which is, you know, being able to like make culture, or to like give us stuff to talk about. You know, we probably conflate those things more often because it's all online. So no, it gave me a lot to think about.
Well, speaking of a lot to think about, this conversation once again has given me a lot to think about. So thanks for that. I probably have to check out.
No worries.
Some dinner. So hey, thanks a lot for a great space. Really enjoyed listening to it and getting a chance to participate.
No, thank you, Sinatra. You've been pivotal to my private thoughts. So thank you so much for coming on to the show.
My pleasure. 100% my pleasure, man. Thank you again.
No worries.
Have a good night.
Take care. Take care. Gosh. Well, there you go. You want a guest on the show? How about that? You know. Gosh. No, that's what I've been fiending for. That's what I've been wanting. Yeah, I might caller sounds similar. Well, there you go. No, just
how I know you're a Zoomer. You just said fiending.
Oh yeah, that's too much. Yeah, that's
Isn't that the big debate right now? It's Cardi something Liquid Cardi. Fiend.
So it's a litmus test if people are up with the lingo, and if you have to ask, then yeah, you're outside the generation. That's
what
so
exactly does that mean?
Oh, I'm using it like I'm yearning for something. I don't know if that's like the definition. I might have to talk to a more educated Zoomer. No, that's wild. You know, that's where I am a boomer though, because I do miss out on a lot of those like discourses. I'm not on TikTok. So that's where I kind of can salvage my authenticity as a critic. I don't fully know what the Zoomers are up to, so I'm still playing catch up for a lot of that stuff. So no, that's fascinating. Well, that's what the 1776 event was. If you were curious, I know you seem to be curious about it.
Yes, I loved hearing your story. It sounds like you had a great time.
It was cool. It was low key. It was like Patriot Jam. It was like the people that we're mellow with. That's who was there and talking, and you know, we're just talking about, you know, like music and all this stuff. And it's almost like you could like walk in and not even know these guys are on Twitter. Some of these guys didn't even seem to be on Twitter. That couple, you know, I don't even know if I can reach that guy because I was like sharing my Twitter and I don't know if everybody got it. No, it was cool to talk to that Talkies magazine guy about Spencer. That's what was very like surreal. It's like, you know, you probably have to talk about Spencer the same way when people ask, like, you know, this guy is just some contrarian, voted for Biden. You know, there's a lot of stuff that people don't know, or people don't probably go to the spaces and find out, you know, what's he up to? They probably don't even know. So like, that was a moment where like some guy from 2010 was asking me, is that the alt-right white nationalist guy? And I was like, well, you know, there's a long answer to that question. You know, I don't, where do I begin with that, you know? So no, that's, you know,
he's taking quite the trajectory in life.
yeah. No, that's
I like the picture posted by Rocky Metal Life of you on the balcony.
There you go.
Nice.
No, it's that was surreal. Just I don't know what to say. you know, New York is probably not going to be that cool if I ever go over there. You know, it's just, you know, LA's like a home base. And, you know, that's my standard for like success. So, you know, that's why I have so much nice stuff to say. You know, I know, not everybody goes to this stuff. It's just very cool that these guys, that was probably like an Airbnb situation. That probably wasn't somebody's home. You know, it might be one of those people. I don't know. Seems like the 1776 crew are like East Coasters, so that's probably not. It's probably not the case. So no, I don't know. I don't know how they put up stuff like that. You know, so no, that was chill. That was chill. I didn't like identify a lot of people there, like the LA people that I'm usually with. They didn't seem to. Most of them didn't seem to be there. So, you know, I don't know if that was like they've probably already been to one of those before. So to me, that was like a fascinating. You know, I don't know who pulls up to these things. So, you know, to me that was like very impressionable.
You kept talking about Rachel Haywire. Was she there?
No, she's probably still an East Coaster. I don't know where that woman. I don't know what's going on there. You know, she's on Substack and then like almost nothing else. So it's like where does this person do all this stuff? You know, and she's like palling around with probably the people from New York. I don't know. She's like an anonymous figure. I don't know. So, you know, she might pull up to one of these things. I'll probably try to find out. No, yeah. Well, that's the thing. You know, it's very fascinating that like out of all those groups, Man's World's the only one that doesn't like do events. All those other people seem to, and then he just kind of does his own thing. So, you know, there's probably, well, he's not even American, so that's probably the main obstacle. No, yeah, the 1776. It's such a that name is so. I am.
1770. No, is that Braddock's magazine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's the editor. He's one of.
He's just an editor.
He's one of the editors. He's one of. So I don't know. Can all of them say that it's their magazine? Probably. I don't know if there's a democracy between the guys. I don't know. So I'm not sure. You know, he was dancing with some chick, and I was like, you know, I heard.
I thought he was
Well,
swung the other way.
Well, I don't know. Don't gay guys do that though? I don't know.
They do.
So I don't know. I just want to say publicly, you know, he was with the girl, so I don't have any.
Well, I mean, he was also with the girl, so we know how that works.
There's you know, make of that whatever interpretation could be allowed there. You know, it's like there's rumors, and then you know, I don't have, you know, I don't even have the gossip to ruin the guy. You know, he's all I have is like something that makes him sound cool. So it's like, well, you know, you would think like you go to these events and you find out who people really are, and it's like, oh gosh, all I have is this like all I have is this anecdote. So no, that was one. He was there. He's probably the tallest guy there. He's like Keith Wood's height. So, you know, he was the guy. Trying to think what else.
Are they based in LA, or are they just doing events there?
This was their first LA event. So it seems like they've done mostly the East Coast. So
that's what I thought. I thought they were in New York.
Well, that seems to be like where they're trying to orbit, so they might.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's coming to LA now.
Well, you know, that would be cool. That would be cool if more people could, because it's been a while. Like when I started school, it's like all the LA people stopped doing events. It's like, gosh, that was very a pessimistic time because there was like it felt like there was not a lot of content. So. You know, there might be some more stuff. You know, the Grimes debate feels like so long ago. So, you know, there might be some more LA shenanigans for us to tell people about.
No, Ace, I have a question. I know you're live on YouTube, but I'm just wondering, Richard Hanania, who does he work
Oh, well, I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, like
I was just
his
wondering because like you almost have like the same sort of like vibe as he does. I was just wondering like you should go work with him, you know?
I probably should. I don't even mind saying that publicly. I mean, you know, we've had a lot of talks, you and I, and you know, there's people that just feel like they know what they're talking about. So it's like, well, am I like too good for some people? I don't think so. I think you know, you talk to who you talk to. I just don't know, like, does he do a consistent gig? He's like a Substack guy.
I think yeah, he just does Substack. You're right.
So that's the thing. I would like to though. You know, that's the
Do you
thing.
have a Substack?
Well, it's not consistent. It's I'll probably I might do, I don't know. I don't really do Substack. I like
You should. Why
I
not?
I don't know. It's just I feel like I'm like more feel like I'm more like Twitter based, so I don't like I feel like starting a new platform. It's like when you were talking about Kick. It's like I feel like I couldn't even go to Kick because it's like another streaming site. I feel like I don't want to do those anymore.
For you though, I think Substack would be great because you're like a writer. You know, put all your work in one place and just be like, yeah, this is me. This is what I do. Hire me. You know what I mean?
That would well, that might be the move. That might be the pivot to like you say. That might be strategic. I'll put some thought on it. I've been very
people I've worked with. This is people who I've interviewed. You know, hire me. You know.
I might do that. That's yeah, I've been lazy and I haven't been a very consistent content creator. So, you know, yeah, I'll probably try to that's probably the next step is getting the discipline that a lot of these musicians have. I want to try to
You could just probably just name drop your school and get hired.
well, probably. I could probably do something like that. Well, I'll try to find out. I'll try to find if that can get me somewhere. Well, no, yeah, Substack has been like for Hanania, like Walt Bismarck. A lot of people do seem to have been able to launch themselves with Substack. So no, you're right.
Well,
you know,
that's what Keith Woods did. I mean, he became popular because of his Substack.
no, I minimize that. He became a successful.
Elon Musk retweeted his Substack article.
Gosh, no, you're making it sound that much more appealing. Gosh, that's probably the smartest thing I could do. I'm just too shy. I'm just too much of you know, everybody's already said all the things, you know, I'm just some guy, you know.
No, you got your finger on the pulse, like I said it in the comments, but you got your finger on the pulse of like what's going on in the right wing, you know?
No, there might be something to that. I might have to pivot. Yeah. No, there's all kinds of people. I'm very impressed with the direction things are going. So, you know, I might have some stuff to say. So, no, we might do that. Oh, do we have Oh, yo. Oh,
Zuki Ace is live on YouTube, so that's
well, I can also like end the live stream quickly because you know I kind of caught everything up. I don't know if I forgot any anecdotes since Patriot Jam. That's what I was trying to like talk all about, and I don't know if I forgot it.
Patriot Jam has a date. I just saw it.
Well,
released.
gosh, well, there you go. We can I can shill that. I can put that out there, and people can try to rally with the Tennessee area. So
I mean, he hasn't formally asked me to go yet, but I'm assuming I get the invite.
well, we can find the specifics. We can try to find out what's going on. I've been a very bad friend. I've been very distant with a lot of people, so I have a lot of catching up to do.
They put it in the jumbo.
There you go. Well, yeah, when we get closer to Patriot Jam, we can do what we did last year. We can talk about it, boost it, and we can, you know, for those that were probably not around for last year, this is probably gonna. I don't even know. We didn't seem to have much difficulties with last year's broadcast. That was, I mean, I didn't. I had the easy role, so I don't want to like minimize people's work. It's, it seemed to go perfectly fine. And so if we can have people who couldn't go last year find out this year, then that would be cool. Trouble's music is somewhat awkward and inhospitable, like a Lynch film. If I was. No, well, thank you, Mr. Crook. Thank you. No, that's there's something to that. Well, that's that. That's the show. That's the show that that's the show that I haven't done for so long, and we can be a little more consistent. We don't have to do the biggest time gap that we've probably had since the launching of the channel, since we started bringing on Thomas. That's probably the longest hiatus, and I don't think we're probably never going to reach that again, because it was such that was pre-Trump, and that was like the start of grad school. So, that was a lot of like, for me, that was a lot of like different stuff. So, we've caught up with a lot of the stuff on the timeline with people, our guys, and I feel like we're able to talk about this stuff more in an organized way. So we don't even have to like shy away from some stuff. We don't, there's all kinds of possibilities since I've returned to Twitter, and now the show's back. So, there's a lot to think about. And that's probably a note to end on. I don't know. Have I forgotten anything? Was there anything from like, I don't know, any like stuff that we like usually talk about? That's basically what my show is stuff that we've talked about from the timeline. So, it's not like we've really been gone that long. We'll probably just.
I think you covered a lot of it. I enjoyed your show.
Well, thank you. It's always nice to put on. Let me scroll.
Everyone should hit like and subscribe if they haven't yet.
We have so much. And some of the old videos, it's like it's been so long, I don't even know if some of that stuff probably aged well. I don't know. There was probably some stuff that didn't age well either. So, that might be for people that someone was asking me what happened to the channel. I might be a cool thing to like go and, check out some of the older videos. I'm curious some of the stuff that I said that I don't remember. And we'll probably be pivoting out of talking about stuff. It's a very easy thing, and it's the pattern we've done for most of the channel, probably for most of its time on YouTube. So, we'll try to pivot, and it looks like we still have people subscribed. So I'm very happy that we got the old crew back. Oh, I used to do this. I forgot about all this. Let me scroll up. No, props to everybody from the chat who's, it's just been so long, and familiar names. Gosh, where is all right.
Yes, I'm seeing chat. So many comments are saying, Ace, you're back. Everybody is happy you're back.
It's been, we can do this more often than I give people the impression of. So, look, I have the time. People want to tune on to the show. That should be enough. That should be enough of a incentive to bring back the show. And then, a lot of people in chat, they've probably been checking out all kinds of content. So, if they're wanting to stop by for the show, just to talk about the people that have been around still, that I haven't been kept up with, they can, people like Vingle, he does his own show. Basically, he has his own stuff. So if people from the chat want to air all that out on the YouTube chat, then yeah, let me know. And for anybody who made it this far, to tell me all the stuff that they've been catching up on, because, so much happens on my corner of Twitter. I don't even know if I probably forget a lot of stuff. And some people that are in parallel spheres, I miss, I might not have some of what they're up to. So thank you guys for tuning in. It's been a while. I have to like think of how to do like a show format. It's been too long. So no, thank you guys. Appreciate you stopping by. And yeah, we'll, I used to say like when we'll return to the show. And that's always like a very ambiguous thing. I will not be gone that long. I will not put it off too long because there's too much happening. There's too much to talking about. And, it's very rude to launch the Trump era with March. So much has happened. So many other people are not wasting a moment shilling their own corners of Twitter. Why can't we do it? So, thank you guys for stopping by. We're going to do more shows consistently. We're not going to have big time gaps. And the Twitter account has been the most consistent place to find me. So, if people from YouTube aren't on Twitter, then that would be the place to find basically the channel. The channel's just the stuff we do on the timeline. So that's that. I'll probably be back before the end of next month. It'll probably be sooner rather than later. And yeah, the space is still booming. Boxing MD, like I was saying at the start of the show, Boxing MD has been carrying a lot of our guys, and he's been the one that hasn't been like annoying me when I go on Twitter, because that's what was a lot of stuff was bothering me at the end of last year. It's like, what is our corner of Twitter anymore? We're just like, it's just like a bunch of people that I like, I don't even know what. So, it's nice to kind of find places to go. And for those that don't know where this channel is, Pete Canonas is still putting out Thomas content, and a lot of the IRL events aren't super consistent. So, there's not a lot of stuff to talk about with that stuff. So Twitter has been our like migration place for the time. So yeah, no, that's been that. And I'm probably going to bring up speakers after the broadcast. So thank you everybody on YouTube for helping us out. And we'll probably return. Yeah, we'll return soonish rather than later. I think that's that is our note to end on. So thank you guys.